And yes, this is an ad for Xander Insurance. But since this is one of the most effective ways I have to get my point across, so be it. For over 25 years, I've been telling you about the importance of term life insurance and protecting your family. Listen, you need to check out Xander.com or call them at 800-356-4282. I can't say it enough. Protect your family. It's what you're supposed to do. Go to Xander.com or call 800-356-4282.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
In fact, for the last 9 months, the Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into the interior of the country.
The head of Homeland Security is in Nogales today to thank those who've helped to secure our southern border.
Members of Customs and Border Protection, ICE, the Coast Guard, and local sheriffs were in attendance. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says there were about 200,000 apprehensions last year, compared with more than 2 million in 2024.
In fact, for the last 9 months, the Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into the interior of the country.
She adds fentanyl coming across our southern border is down more than 50% since President Donald Trump took office. Noem says ramped up enforcement will continue to keep the country safe. Reporting in Nogales, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly says he's a no vote right now on an upcoming bill that would continue funding for the Department of Homeland Security. The Democrat tells MS Now there must be major change at Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
We've got to get rid of the masks. They should be wearing body cameras, all of them, all of the time. And right now, they need to get out of Minneapolis and really reevaluate, what this agency should be.
Senator Kelly says DHS Secretary Noem and the senior leadership of the department need to leave.
Those abuses are putting both community members and law enforcement in danger.
The state's executive announced a website that educates people on their rights when interacting with ICE. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the News Center with more.
Today, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs posting a video where she argues ICE is putting people in danger and needs to be held accountable when it violates people's rights. She also announced a website where you can learn about interacting with the agency,
including how to lawfully and peacefully protest, what to do if stopped by ICE agents, and what to do if ICE comes to your business. You have a right to remain silent.
And she adds on recent incidents out of Minneapolis,
there must be full, thorough, and transparent investigations into each and every alleged violation of the law.
And KTAR has reached out to hear what Republican leaders have to say about the website and are awaiting a response. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
And that website is knowyourrights.az.gov.
We don't know. We're going to assume both sides of that.
The mother of Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie has been missing since she was last seen around 9:30 p.m. Saturday at her Catalina Foothills home. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos reiterating one of the few pieces of verified information as his office continues to process DNA evidence and tries to get video from home cameras.
We do believe that Nancy was taken from her home against her will, and that's where we're at.
The sheriff's office is aware of multiple media outlets reportedly receiving ransom letters in relation to the disappearance and says it's looking into all leads. The sheriff has also released a statement saying there's not a person of interest at this time, despite several media reports suggesting a Guthrie family member. Law enforcement is asking for any information on Nancy Guthrie's whereabouts. You can see her photo at KTAR.com. A judge today handing down a life in prison sentence for Ryan Ruth, a man convicted of trying to assassinate President Trump on a Florida golf course in 2024. Ruth represented himself at trial. Jurors finding him guilty on all counts after a little more than 2 hours of deliberation last September. Recently, court-appointed defense attorney Martin Roth on what is next.
The judge may have mistakenly applied the federal crime of terrorism enhancement, and that will be probably the leading issue on appeal. I will be filing a notice of appeal in this case.
Taking a look at Wall Street today, at the close, the Dow up 250 points. S&P down 35 and the NASDAQ fell 351. For more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. In the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, we're finding a crash with a motorcycle at 7th Street and Grant in Phoenix, but that is the biggest problem right now. No other major slowdowns. Traffic brought to you by Arizona Painting Company. Ready for a new look? Arizona Painting Company delivers top quality painting inside and out. Get a free quote plus 15% off now at ArizonaPaintingCompany.com. 84 should be the high today, the warmest day of the week, 55 overnight, and then dropping down 80, 81 Thursday through Saturday. Currently it is 81 in Paradise Valley. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
What an honor to follow a Hall of Famer every single day. Thank you, Becky Lynn.
You're welcome, and thank you.
Well, what are we, though, Becky Lynn? I mean, we're not Hall of Fame. We're just replacement level players.
You are the midday talk show on this legendary 100-plus-year-old radio station.
Man, you hear
in
that?
The top 10 market in America.
That shine she puts on our stink?
I'm telling you. Something to contend with.
If you're the Hall of Fame, we're kind of like the bathroom of fame. Right?
You said it, not me.
Maybe the utility room or the
broom closet.
The broom closet of fame.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we are.
Oh.
Very good. Quick update here on the Nancy Guthrie. I'm going to call it kidnapping.
Abduction.
Yeah. Okay, so TMZ says that there may have been somebody who was lurking around the place, a trespassing incident a few weeks ago.
Yeah, supposedly the cops are looking into it to see if this supposed trespasser has anything to do with Savannah Guthrie's mom having been kidnapped.
Yeah. TMZ spoke to an elderly man, said that he caught the loiterer in his yard after a motion sensor went off. The floodlight switched on. The light spooked the uninvited guest who fled on foot before anybody could get a look at his face. The man said there was no break-in attempt and nothing was stolen from the yard. So I don't know what that is. That could be just coincidence.
It could be nothing.
But it could be everything.
It could be. And in a case like this, if you're the authorities,
you follow everything.
You have to, don't you? Have to look at everything. I mean, some of the reports we got yesterday that there was what appeared to be blood on her doorstep outside. A number of reporters were taking some video, taking some photos, and say, "I've seen a lot of blood. This sure looks like blood." But
well, okay. First of all, it has to be tested, and two, was it related to the abduction, or did she cut her hand gardening earlier in the week or something?
Yeah.
All those other questions.
You have to consider all those things. The camera that supposedly, the surveillance camera that supposedly was taken from her home. Was it? Was it taken by somebody who, took her? Or, did it fall down weeks prior?
Did she unplug it to recharge it? Right. Something of the sort. Right.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of questions that need answering, and the biggest one being, where's Nancy Guthrie? We'll
get an update from ABC's Alex Stone, set to join us here in about 40 minutes or so. I'll find out what he's gathering, because I know it feels like there's just a lot of information coming in very quickly. And one of the things I've noticed about a story like this, oftentimes when there's a big story that breaks, there's this, what we call the fog of war, right? There's just a lot of information. You're trying to sort through it, what's true, what's not. What are the officials? Even the officials don't always have the facts correct, but we rely on them. And it's like, whoa, we're still learning this. Oh, that official said this. They spoke too soon, whatever it is. Mm-hmm. In a situation like this, everything remains foggy because it's a missing person case that carries on. And so it's not as though there's a single incident. If there's a mass shooting, we go, oh my gosh, there was a mass shooting. Who did it? Where were they? How many are dead? What motivated them? And then all these questions, and then we start to uncover it.
Okay.
But a mass shooting goes on over the course of, 5 to 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, we're 4 days in, and the story's still developing, right? So we just don't know. We don't know what we don't know. Joe.
You unpacked that yesterday, and everything you said made sense with there's things we know we don't know, and there's things we don't know that we don't know.
Yeah.
But when you start going down that road, I feel like...
And there's things that we don't know that we do know.
It becomes a Who's on First skit. And I know you're not trying to be funny, but it starts to become a little tough to follow.
So can I just go over that again? Okay, we don't know what we don't know. So there's stuff out there we don't even know that we need to discover.
Sure.
Okay. There's stuff out there that we have discovered. That's the we don't know what we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's stuff out there that we have discovered that we don't realize is important yet. And this is where we are right now, where we're wondering, are any of these things that we do know important to the case? So we don't know what we do know. In other words, the blood on the, I know it feels like Who's on First. It does, but the blood on the front stoop, the camera, all of these things, right? So there's a lot of
we know about them, but we don't know if they matter.
Bingo, right? So we don't know what we do know, and there's other things that maybe we know it. We just don't have we didn't know that it was important to the case at all. In other words, we look at the blood and we go, oh, that could be important, but
What about these ransom notes?
Again, there may be something else, though, that we do know. For instance, we know her. I'm just going to be ridiculous here for a moment.
Sure.
We know that she had a pool that was full of water.
Okay.
Is that important? Right now, we go, no, it's a pool. It's got water in it. But should something develop to find out, you know what I mean? Then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we didn't know that we knew that and that it was important.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We learn it after the fact.
Right. But there are some things that we know we don't know. Who did it? Why'd they do it?
Where'd they take her?
All of those things, right? And that's what we're all trying to uncover.
Mm-hmm.
So these are all the crazy things.
I think those are the most important things too. Where is she, and who did this to her?
Yeah. First, of course, where is she?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is she alive? And by the way, Chris Nanos, who's the sheriff in Pima County, who was nice enough to join us in the past on other occasions, he says that he believes she's alive.
That's good.
Said, well, basically, I think he did he said exactly what he should. He says we have nothing else to go on, but the belief that she is here, she's present, she's alive, and we want to save her. I think that's exactly how you approach it. So, kudos to him.
Yep.
Anyway, again, more updates on this a little bit later on, and then also in the 3:00 hour, another true crime story that is just bizarre. A weird lingerie cult.
Mm. Do you ever...
I kind of broke that down and I oversimplified it, but those are two big key points. Lingerie and cult.
I was watching a Law & Order episode the other night, and I told you during rehearsal, I was like, that Law & Order episode sounds a lot like this real-life true crime story.
Isn't that how Law & Order is written? Don't they rip things from the headlines anyway? Don't they do that a lot?
Oftentimes, yes. But when you have fiction imitating nonfiction, it's very interesting. That in this case, Law & Order, not real. But what you have played out in real life, the story that we're going to get into, at times is even stranger, more bizarre, more compelling than the stuff that is written and made up.
Even the Hollywood writers are like, no, that's too ridiculous. We can't do that.
Oh, but it really happened.
It did. So that's coming up at 3:00. I did want to make mention of this, too. There's a standoff going on in Phoenix. Did you know about this?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's you and me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who's winning?
So far, well, it's a standoff. I'm going to say you're winning.
That's really all I care about then.
Yeah.
If I'm winning.
So you're a homeowner.
Yes.
I'm in the market.
Uh-huh.
I want to buy a house. You won't sell your house.
No. Why would I sell my house? I'm locked in at that historically low rate. I'm under 3%.
Right. And I'm not going to pay you enough to make you want to.
No, you'd have to pay me a lot because then I'm just like you. And then I have to go and buy a house. I don't want to be you.
And then I also saw that we are at a point where every major metro, renting is cheaper than buying now.
Yeah. Out of, the top 100?
Yeah. Every single one of them, renting is cheaper than buying.
Well, that's got to stink to be you.
Well, at least my rent is cheaper. But I don't get any equity.
But I have that historically low rate, so I've got it really cheap.
And you're building equity, and I'm not.
And if you're trying to buy... There is nowhere where you can buy. Like, yeah, I guess it's good that at least you can rent for cheaper right now. But if I ask you, hey, Chris, is your rent cheap? What are you going to tell me?
No, I don't feel like it's cheap.
Yeah, so it's cheaper than buying, but that doesn't mean it's really affordable or reasonable.
No.
It just means that to buy is even more expensive.
Yeah, I mean, if you're paying $1,500 a month right now to rent something, or you could buy something and it would cost you $2,500 a month, plus you'd have the taxes on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you buy? I mean, unless you want to build that equity, or maybe you've got a sizable cash down payment to try to help sort of offset the
the reason you would buy is like you just said, you're really playing the long game here. And maybe you have a big down payment that you can throw at it. And, you can get ahead of, it won't be a 30-year mortgage that you'd have to take. Maybe you could do a 15 or something like that. But no, I mean, if you are struggling to make ends meet and the option is, well, I could buy it and then pay $2,500 over the next 30 years, or I could rent it for $1,500 a month now, you're going to rent all day.
Yeah, especially early on when the majority of my payment goes to interest anyway.
That's an extra $12,000 a year.
Right.
I did the math.
That was good math on the radio.
You could go to concerts.
What are the odds that I have a sizable down payment waiting in my back pocket?
Slim.
Pretty slim.
None.
Right now, it takes you 8 years on average to save for a down payment in Phoenix.
And that's actually better than it was.
It is better than it was. It's still above the national average, however. I do have some comparisons, though, to make it feel even better.
Okay.
All right.
But is that going to make... So we're going to make it feel better, but is it really better, or is it just what it is, which is still worse than what it was...
Before the pandemic.
Yeah, 2019 on back.
Well, it could be worse.
It could always be worse.
While on average, it takes 8 years in Phoenix to save for a down payment.
Mm-hmm.
If you lived in New York, it would take you 23 years.
But, Chris, if I sat here, I could all day, every day for the last 2 years, tomorrow, that we've done this show, say, but, Chris, it could be worse. And you would have to concede, yeah, it could be worse. And I could also say, you know what? It could also be better.
Yeah, like Jacksonville, Florida, where it only takes you 4 years. But wait, Joe, it could be worse than New York.
How could it
While
be worse
it only
than
takes
New
us
York?
8 years to save up for a down payment, if you're trying to move to San Diego, 30 years.
And you said New York was like 24, right?
23, yeah.
30 years?
30 years.
If you live in San Diego or you are thinking of moving to San Diego, I'm just going to say you have no hope of buying unless you have all that money saved up, because 30 years to save up what you need for the down payment.
But, Joe, it could be worse.
Than San Diego? How could it be worse?
Los Angeles, 34 years.
Oh, my goodness. How can it be? Could it be worse than that?
Well, it could. I'm just thinking what morons are doing that kind of thing. Who's doing that and thinking, oh, I'm gonna look for a place in L.A.
No one with a brain.
San Jose, California, 36 years.
For a down payment.
For a down payment.
So think about that. Let's say you are 22 years old. You are fresh out of college. Let's do a little math here, Chris. 22 plus 36?
Like 58.
Bingo.
Before you can get your 30-year loan.
Correct.
But wait, Joe, it could be worse. San Francisco, 36 and a half years.
Yeah, so you are almost on the verge of retirement. Well, not retirement, because you're never going to retire if you're moving there.
Yeah.
But you are in your late 50s, and you have just now saved up enough money to get a 30-year loan. You will be dead before it is paid off.
It will take you longer to save for the down payment than it will in the term of the loan itself.
Yeah.
So that's discouraging, but it could be better. I told you Jacksonville 4 years, Houston 3.5, Memphis 2.5, Virginia Beach 2, San Antonio 1.3 years to save up that down payment based on median home values and median incomes.
Okay, but let's say...
And those aren't bad cities either.
No, but let's say I just moved to the Valley. I want to work for TSMC, or I'm going to be working for Amazon, or I'm going to be doing something here in the Valley.
Yeah.
Virginia Beach ain't an option for me, man. My home is here.
Moron.
My family's here.
You should
I can't
work
just
there.
pick up and move across the country.
Commute
to Virginia Beach.
Yeah.
What's that commute look like?
It's, I mean, you get used to it.
It's about what? Probably a 4-hour flight each way?
At least.
That's good.
Yeah, you just get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
You're home in time for breakfast.
There you go. Ain't no thing.
Our why today, why is it we're not going to be able to build our way out of the housing shortage, which, of course, many experts say is what is making this affordability so difficult. So why are we not going to be able to build our way out of the housing mortgage? That is next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:19. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. What did he learn from what happened amid the protest in Minneapolis? Well, President Trump opened up in an exclusive interview with NBC News.
Maybe we can use a little bit of a softer touch, but you still have to be tough. These are criminals. We're dealing with really hard criminals.
The president says he was the one who ordered hundreds of ICE agents to leave Minneapolis, as announced by border czar Tom Homan this morning. The president says crime in Minneapolis and all cities is down because of the tough immigration actions his administration has taken. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. 84 is what we're expecting this afternoon, but we should back up to 80, 81 the rest of the week. 82 right now in Scottsdale. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
And a quick shout out, too, to Queen Creek. Appreciate you being a part of the Chris and Joe show in the QC.
Dude, you know what's coming up today, 5 o'clock also? The Face-Off this afternoon on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Biggest stories, raw conversations around them. Watch it live on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen live on the app or on KTAR.com.
Well, I'm looking forward to that.
Wow, that timed out perfectly.
That was really good.
With the music.
You hit the post.
It was almost like Pablo and I were in sync. Do you hear that, Pablo?
You hit the post. That's a good job.
Smashed right into that
post.
All
right. Well done there, my friend.
First time.
America, millions of homes short, as Joe and I just put it. If you wanted to start saving for a down payment now, it would take you 8 years in order to afford the median down payment on a median home on your median income in Phoenix. The trouble that I would also like to point out, though, is that over the course of 8 years, we don't know what's going to happen with the market. We do know inflation is going to continue for the next 8 years. So when I give you examples of places where it was even worse, like New York, 23 years, or San Francisco, 36 and a half years.
San Jose, L.A., right.
By the time you get to that 36 and a half years and you've been saving up in order to get your down payment, let's just say, hypothetically, I'm going to try to use simple numbers. Mm-hmm. Let's say San Francisco, you're trying to buy $1 million home. You got to have a down payment of $200,000.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
By the time you get to your $200,000, that $1 million home is now worth $5 million.
Feasibly,
so you never really catch up.
No, you're always chasing your tail.
Always. And therein lies the rub. And so what about just building more houses to make things more affordable? We've heard for a long time that if we just did that, then we'd have more supply and that would open up the market and the people who want to buy could buy and would bring the prices down.
I think that'd be great. I think that'd be ideal, but there's a problem going on right here in the Valley at least too. You've got a lot of people who want to own homes, but you've got home builders doing one of two things. They are either building homes that are unaffordable for the average buyer. So we're talking a 4-bedroom, 2 or 3 bathroom home. Let's say it's 2,500 square feet. They're building bigger homes that have bigger price tags that are out of the average buyer's budget.
Even in the suburbs, they're going up like that.
Yeah. Or they are building apartments. 1-bedroom studios that will not fit your needs if you're married with a kid or two.
Right.
You can't move into a 1-bedroom or a studio. It's affordable. It's smaller, but you're not going to fit everything in there. That's not going to work for what you have.
But if you want that 3-2 in a good neighborhood near a good school, forget about it.
And you're competing against more people than ever before to get it. So the price of that is also going to be inflated.
The other thing is, we don't know how many homes we need to build. They can't agree on how much we're short. Some estimates say we're not. Some say we're short by 40 million homes. That's more than 10% of the population.
A little difference.
Yeah. In fact, if we're short 40 million homes and we've got 360 million people in the country, I'm rounding, I don't know, it's probably
You're
lower,
fine.
but
Math
whatever.
on the radio.
Right. How many people are living in those homes? So, I mean, you're talking about 20, 30, maybe even 40% of people that don't have the homes that they want right now. Now, I don't think it's as high as 40 million, but I certainly don't think that we have a shortage that is at 0.
No.
And as a result of that, it makes it really difficult for people to say, yes, we're going to offer incentives. And by incentives, this is the other thing, is I think that we're going to have some intervention in order to offer builders incentives to build those 3-2s in an area.
I love a good intervention.
But I don't think anybody's going to do it, because if you say, well, the government is incentivizing these home builds, people are going to say, well, I don't want my tax dollars going to help to subsidize somebody else's home being built.
Now, this would stink, but I do think it could flip the market upside down and certainly make things tilt from slightly my favor to your favor.
Okay.
What about the big R? What if there was a recession?
I don't think you can say that on the radio.
I just did.
Recession. Yeah, you can say that.
What if there was a big recession where the market tanks? Hopefully for you, you keep your job and you keep looking up. Market tanks, you've got a job. Now you have buying power.
Yeah.
And
which is what we saw.
You've got hope.
It's what we saw with the recession. It's what we saw in 2011 as well.
So you are basically saying, you know what? Dang the rest of the population. 10% of them just lost their job, but I'm okay and I can buy a house.
I think I've told you that before. Oh, come on, baby. Let's have another great recession.
All about Merrill.
Yeah. That is, of course, unless the place who gave you your work contract goes under, and then you're just totally hosed.
Yeah.
If it's one of those situations. Consider this, too, that as the housing shortage drags on, you've got people who are looking to build instead of buy. Right? They go, okay, you know what? I'm not finding the place. I'll build it myself. Builders aren't building the subdivisions I want.
I found you some land a couple of weeks ago.
And you said you could do this.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it was not a bad proposal.
Not cheap.
A little expensive, right. But I think this is why. Because so many people are saying, I'll build because I can't find the one I want. That's driving land prices up.
Yeah.
Which is making building unaffordable as well. And the T word, tariffs don't help when you're tariffing building supplies out of Canada. Right?
Yeah,
or when you're tariffing appliances that need to come out of Mexico or from South Korea or whatever.
The cost of all supplies is up.
Yeah. And while some like me are just praying the prices come down into a range that I can afford, there are other greedy people like Joe who want the prices to stay high so he looks rich on paper. Now, you homeowners have another ally in your corner who wants to keep things unaffordable for us schlubs in order to help your net worth. Who's on your side? That's next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
It's Gatos, and start the new year off with perfect water. Michael is the assistant manager at Aquazona Connecticut, and Michael, you've got a great deal for everyone listening.
For the entire year in 2026, we are offering the Connecticut K5 drinking water station for only $26 a month. You heard that right, $26 a month.
I love my Connecticut. I've had it for 20 years. Tell everybody the benefits of Aquazona Connecticut, especially the K5.
I love how easy and convenient it is to get a refreshing glass of water each and every time from the comfort of my own kitchen. I enjoy making better tasting coffee, better tasting food with purified drinking water. I have peace of mind that my baby formula is made with clean water. My family does not have to drink chlorine, heavy metals, microplastics, and forever chemicals.
In 2026, you pay $26 a month and you own a K5 drinking water station, the same one that I have in my house. 602-910-6570. Check them out at aquazona.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Mountainside Fitness has 25 Valley-wide locations, and they've been keeping the Valley healthy for 35 years. Join today with $0 enrollment and your first 30 days free. Enjoy full-service locker rooms, free towel service, over 70 fitness classes every week, wellness amenities, interactive childcare, and a massive selection of cardio and strength equipment. MountainsideFitness.com. Experience that Mountainside difference.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow. maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, and save some water and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
The Renaissance Festival is back, weekends now through March 29th. Be ready to have a great time. Amazing adventure awaits the entire family. New shows, shopping, jousting nights, non-stop feasting. Leave your cares behind. Happiness reigns at the Renaissance Festival. It's fun and affordable. Visit now through March 29th. Discount tickets available at Bashas' and Food City or online at arizona.renfestinfo.com. Presented by Delta Airlines, Bashas', Food City, Pepsi, Budweiser, and Guinness. Huzzah!
The deadline for the Greater Phoenix Chamber's Excellence in Business Awards nominations is February 13th. Honor businesses that are driving innovation, shaping our economy, and making a difference in the community by visiting phoenixchamber.com/nominate.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem touring the southern border in Arizona today. Earlier, she thanked Border Patrol and ICE agents for the work along the border over the past year, saying the Trump administration inherited a humanitarian crisis from the Biden administration. Noem says the mass migration across the border into the U.S. was not only dangerous, but deadly.
Those causes of death, of heat and water were dangerous, and left behind so many bodies that in some counties along the border, they had to install migrant morgues just to pick up the dead bodies.
Noem says over the past year, illegal crossings have dropped dramatically. She added the flow of deadly drugs decreased, saving lives in the U.S.
Those abuses are putting both community members and law enforcement in danger.
Today, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs posted a video where she says ICE needs to be held accountable when it violates people's rights. In a message to the community, she also announced a website where people can learn about interacting with federal agents and how to protect themselves.
You have the right to speak with an attorney, and you have a right to peacefully protest without fear of harm or retaliation.
KTAR has reached out to Republican leaders on their reaction to the website, which is knowyourrights.az.gov. How much do you like living in the Valley? A recent study ranks it in the bottom half of places to live in the country.
The Phoenix Metro ranked 81st in Rent Cafe's livability survey, which compared 149 of the country's major metros for their quality of life, financial, and community factors. While the Valley overall improved 17 spots from last year, it took a major hit for how expensive it's become. Doug Ressler with Yarding Matrix says people are continuing to move to the Valley from higher-cost states like California, and it's led to less housing and higher home prices.
We're less expensive than coastal cities, but we're more expensive than, say, the Midwest. And so there's a plus and minus, if you will.
Speaking of the Midwest, the region ranked as the most livable with 6 metros in the top 20. Washington, D.C. took the top spot. McAllen, Texas scored the worst. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Let's
Let's check on your ride this afternoon in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Starting in Phoenix, we have a crash blocking the right and center lanes on the I-17 northbound at Peoria Avenue. And looking at the cameras, traffic is being moved towards the HOV lane. Again, center and right lanes of the I-17 northbound at Peoria Avenue is currently blocked due to a crash. Goodyear with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Estrella Parkway. Scottsdale with sign damage spotted on the Loop 101 Pima Freeway northbound near Frank Lloyd Wright Boulevard. This report is brought to you by AmWA. From 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
84, our expected high this afternoon, then an overnight low of 55, and we should be right around 80, 81 the rest of the week into the weekend. It's 84 already in Avondale. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and we've got the face-off. Join our political panel. We've got Barry Markson, we've got State Senator John Kavanaugh, and former Arizona Governor Jan Brewer. It starts at 5, the face-off on KTAR, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News YouTube channel as well. And a shout out to Donald, who's on there, just having a nice conversation in the chat about mortgage down payments and what you can do. And he's far more optimistic than I am. So I like that.
Well, it doesn't take a lot.
I think the prices still stink.
You're like a dark rain cloud
really
on all
am,
of this.
Right?
You know,
really
I should get in the chat and just thank people for putting up with your negativity.
That's fair.
Uh-huh.
See, the president does not want to bring housing prices down?
See, I saw him saying the other day, though, not that he wanted to bring prices down, but it seemed like he wanted to help people be able to get into a house.
Right, by extending the loans out to 50 years.
Well, that
just puts you in debt for half a century.
You're still paying and you die. Then what?
Well, not only that, but if you're still paying and you end up paying significantly more because of compounding interest.
Yes.
I mean, like double what you pay in 30 years.
A 50-year loan is not the answer.
Which Dave Ramsey tells you a 30-year loan is not the answer. Dave Ramsey says take 15 years.
What you doing? You're dumb.
You're dumb. 15 years is the most you ever need, and then you pay it off in 5.
I wish, Dave. I wish.
Well, so my wife is always, this is how my wife looks at it, though.
Mm-hmm.
My wife is one who she values security. Okay. Which I think happens. I think a lot of women value security. I think it's one of those big gender differences things, right?
Okay.
So she says, I want a 30-year loan that'll pay off in 15 years.
That's smart.
And the reason is, what if something happens to one of our jobs? Then we know that, if we have a 15-year loan, let's just use random numbers here.
Mm-hmm.
If we have a 15-year loan that's $2,500 a month, or we have a 30-year loan that's $1,500 a month, right? She says, if we do the 15-year loan, one of us loses our job, then all of a sudden things get tight. But if we have a 30-year loan, one of us loses our job, then either the other person could still cover the $1,500. Like that $1,000 a month makes a big difference when you lose one of your incomes.
Or you get the 30-year loan, it's paid off in 15, and then she comes in with the replacement husband.
Yeah.
And then things really get good for her.
That's good.
I
That's
don't
a really
know about
good
you,
point.
though. I mean, but hey.
No, I'd be hosed.
No, I mean, again, you say all the time that, 15 or so years from now, you might be in the ground.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm toast.
Things are up for her and up for you.
Pablo and I have actually.
Or 6 feet down.
Pablo and I booked a 2-for-1.
In the same pod?
Well, it's not we're going to figure out our own way to get there, but we got a 2-for-1 deal at the cemetery.
Are you going to be side by side or on top of each other?
Stacked.
Interesting.
That's how you do it.
Okay. You're not going to spoon?
They call it tandem graves.
You want to be back to back?
Those are tandems. And you can have the side-by-side graves, or you can just have the tandem graves where we stack you. And I was like, Pablo? And he goes, I don't care, I'm dead.
Reminded me of my first apartment when I had the stackable dryer and washer.
That's right. Stack them up. We're fighting over who gets to be the washer. President Trump says, I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up for people that own their homes. And they can be assured that's what's going to happen.
Okay, but Mr. President, what about the millions of people who don't own a home that you and I are talking about, Chris? What about them? Don't you want them to be able to buy a house, too?
I mean, that's kind of the American dream, right?
I say all the time. Yeah, you and I do agree.
You say lower the expectations.
We agree on what the dream is, just not how attainable it is.
Yeah, I say it's almost unattainable, and you say change the American dream.
I do say, you don't need
lower
two
expectations.
2 kids anymore.
You don't need a yard. You don't need a white picket fence.
That yard can be like a postage stamp.
Maybe a chain link fence.
Yeah.
Right. Instead of having 2 kids, you just don't.
Instead of a dog, how about a goldfish?
This is your America. Unbelievable. So I think we still want to be able to say the American dream is attainable.
Yes.
We want to be able to say to kids that are being born today, we have a couple of our coworkers that are going to be bringing new Americans into this country.
Yes.
Within the next few months. One is due in March and the other is due
right around the same time.
Yeah, very close.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, we want to be able to say to their kids when they're born, little Josepher and Christoph, we want to be able to say
They're
to
going to
them,
hate you for that.
we want to be able to say to them, welcome to Arizona. Welcome to the United States. You are so fortunate. You've been born in the most prosperous country in the history of the world, and you can have the American dream.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we want to say to them.
Yes. What are we actually saying to them?
Good luck.
I don't think we're just saying good luck.
I will say this, to the president's credit, he wants to start the Trump baby accounts, right? And I think if you can put $1,000 away for your kid right when they're born, I do think that's beneficial. I think everyone should strive for that. I don't know how attainable that is, and this is why I think the president's trying to put his
stamp on it.
Yeah, exactly what he's trying to do. In the same way that we all should have a 401k, but instead we have a 401k, but just in case we don't, the government's got the Social Security fund, right? So basically, this is like, think of it like Social Security for babies. That's fine. If they can do that, that's great. But right now, those kids coming in, what are the odds that both of them end up owning a home at some point in their future? I mean, it used to be like, if you're born, you will end up owning a home 20, 30 years down the line. No. Now, I don't know that. I think
the
there's
first
a good
impulse
chance
that I had, I was going to say 50-50.
Same. Maybe one of them will own a home. Right.
Yeah.
If they marry.
But the American dream to a lot of people also is not home ownership anymore, too.
Because it can't be.
Well, fine. If you just want to swim in
Rain
those
on
details.
your parade. Arizona is front and center, and the biggest story in America right now, which is odd, because you'd think the immigration stuff in our state would have gotten more attention across state lines. You're about to hear what the officials in Tucson aren't saying. That probably gives you more insight into what's really going on behind the scenes of this monster headline. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So like if you look at some of the vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Last month, one of Waymo's self-driving vehicles struck a child in Santa Monica, California. Today on Capitol Hill, an executive from the company responded. Here's ABC's Mike Dubusky with more.
Speaking before the Senate Commerce Committee, Waymo's Chief Safety Officer, Mauricio Pena, says his company compared their autonomous vehicles to how a human would have responded to the incident in Santa Monica.
And we found that the Waymo driver would have responded faster than our models of an attentive human driver. So in this case, I believe that we mitigated harm.
A Waymo vehicle struck a child last month near an elementary school after they suddenly entered the roadway, leaving her with minor injuries. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration now is investigating that incident. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Heading for 84 for high today, and we've hit 83 in Buckeye. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And Stuart, when it comes to retirement savings, building wealth, you hear the word diversification a lot. What does it mean? Is it really important?
Well, it's more important than most people know, but most people get it wrong. They think that the more stocks or mutual funds you own, the more you're diversified.
That sounds diversified.
But it's not usually the case. If you buy a bunch of mutual funds and those mutual funds all buy the same stock, what's happening there? There's no diversification at all. We see tons of overlap where the same stocks are purchased in mutual funds.
So what do? You test
it out. And what we find out with our portfolio analysis, most people have terribly diversified portfolios. That's why it's important to get an absolutely free second opinion.
All right, get that portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. A lot of engagement in the chat in there. We appreciate that. Joe, I got an email here. Mike Broomhead from this morning was kind enough to share it with me. This came from the Pima County Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
That said, at this point, investigators have not identified a suspect or a person of interest in the case. Detectives continue to speak with anyone who may have had contact with Mrs. Guthrie. This is Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy Guthrie, who went missing on Sunday. Detectives working closely with the Guthrie family. We appreciate the public's concern.
Okay.
So why did he have to put out a statement? Why did the sheriff, Chris Nanos, have to put out a statement saying we don't have a person of interest? Like, wouldn't you think that if they did, they would just say, hey, we have a person of interest?
I think you put that out to...
You know what?
I mean this in the nicest way
You
to
don't
the
know.
Pima County Sheriff. No, I want to say this. I think he's trying to show that he is working, and he's trying to put out releases to say he's doing something, because if you don't, you got nothing.
No, you're dead wrong. And Alex Stone, our ABC News correspondent, joins us right now. He's been on this story. Alex, you tell us why he had to put that statement out. Joe says he's just trying to show that he's doing his job, but no, I think it's in response.
It is. Reporting that was out there by one outlet today, really a podcast for that one outlet, that said that investigators are honing in on Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law, the husband of Savannah's sister. But the sheriff's department is saying no, that the report was that they have identified him as a suspect and that a car has been seized in that. And the sheriff's department said they're talking to all of the family members, as is routine, and that they have not identified any person of interest or any suspect. In fact, they pretty firmly, in the statement as it went on, chastised those reports and other gossip that has been reported as fact as being wrong, and saying that none of that is helping the investigation and that it doesn't help them move this along. So they are denying that. I mean, we'll see as time goes on, but the sheriff's department is saying there is no truth to that right now, that they are talking to everybody, that they have not come up with a suspect or a person of interest, that is not true.
Alex Stone, ABC News correspondent, as we talk about the missing of Nancy Guthrie, Savannah Guthrie's mother. How did his name get tossed out? Is it simply because someone saw them talking to family members? I mean, that seems like a strange leap that his name would have come out of nowhere.
Yeah, and it seems like that the son-in-law is pretty close to her, has been close, and it's a strong family. It was a source, allegedly, who spoke to Ashley Banfield, just to put it out there on News Nation on her podcast, and that she said that there was a source that had reported to her that now he is a suspect or a person of interest. But the sheriff's department is saying that is absolutely not true.
Alex Stone, ABC News correspondent, joins us, talks about the abduction, the alleged kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie, trying to figure out where the heck she is. Alex, there's a TMZ report that crossed a couple hours ago saying that investigators were looking at a suspicious individual who was lurking in a yard near Nancy Guthrie's Arizona home in the Catalina foothills a few weeks ago. Anything to that? Have you heard any update in regards to that?
No, I mean, it's kind of this whack-a-mole of every report that comes in. They are getting thousands of reports, and the sheriff's department says that they are looking into all of them. That report is about a 10-minute drive away, that in January there was an elderly man who said that he turned on a spotlight and there was somebody on his property who ran away when the spotlight came on. You know, maybe it's connected.
10 minutes is a long ways away,
10 minutes is a long way away. And it was January, and the person ran away. There was no attempted burglary, nothing like this. This is a guy walking in the desert who ran away when the light came on. So there's going to be a ton of this kind of stuff, and they are having to weed through all of it. You can imagine that if you're getting thousands of reports of everybody who says, hey, I saw somebody many weeks ago, then they got to go and they got to figure it out. Is it connected? Is it not? This alleged ransom note now that was sent to every local station in Tucson and to TMZ, that they've got to figure out if that is authentic. They don't know. It may very well not be. It could have been anybody wanting to create problems in the investigation, to find it funny, or to try to get money sent to them, to get Bitcoin sent. They don't know. So all of this they've got to run down, and the FBI is helping them do that.
Alex Stone, our ABC News correspondent. Alex, I'm understanding that they are narrowing in on the timeline a little bit. Something about a pacemaker and an Apple Watch?
Yeah, so the sheriff isn't really talking about it, but it's been fairly widely reported since the beginning that there was an Apple Watch found on the floor, and that at some point her pacemaker stopped communicating at around 2 o'clock in the morning, stopped communicating, 2:38 I think was the time, with her iPhone, that there's a Bluetooth connection there. So they don't know. They think that may be the time that this went on, when the communication stopped between the iPhone and the pacemaker. But the sheriff said he wants to keep it wide, in that she was dropped off at around 9:30 at night from family members the night before. She was reported missing at 11 o'clock in the morning on Sunday morning. So he says it could have been from 9:30 the night before until 11 the next morning. Interestingly, we do now have dispatch audio of about 5 hours later, I think, when they ended up putting it out wide as a unable to locate, which is interesting. They didn't put it out to deputies and officers in the surrounding jurisdictions as a kidnapping victim, as a crime victim. It was put out like any old person who walks away.
A silver alert.
Yeah, essentially, but it was just an unable to locate. This is what it sounded like.
Heavy reference, Nancy, a white female, 84 years of age, 5'2", medium build, pineapple blue, ring after 2,200 hours as of yesterday. Nancy has high blood pressure, pacemaker, and cardiac issues.
High blood pressure, pacemaker, cardiac issues. Just be on the lookout. The audio there from Broadcastify. And then there was a lot of chatter between deputies as they were looking, and there wasn't a lot of urgency to it in that moment. It was kind of like, hey, I just saw somebody. This deputy asking.
Do we have a description yet of the subject? 84-year-old female, unknown clothes, not super mobile. Possibly walking with a cane.
And then the other deputy said, oh, I just saw somebody walking down the street. It wasn't her. Never mind. And so, it seems like it at that time was a lot more really not realizing what was going on. And then, according to the sheriff, that they were able to determine that a crime had occurred and that they knew more about it. But in those early moments, it seems, well, not even moments, but hours, it seems they were kind of putting it out more just as like, hey, she may be roaming around the neighborhood.
Alex Stone, ABC News correspondent. You've covered a lot of these cases, Alex, similar cases like this. What typically cracks them? Is it investigators on their own? Is it a tip from the public? What typically breaks a case where we're playing whack-a-mole here?
Yeah, I don't think we ever have covered a case like this in the sense that this is just weird. They believe she was kidnapped, but they don't have any car description, no firm ransom demand, no video evidence that they know of people coming in, no tire tracks on the dirt driveway, no footprints of what is it going to be? Is it going to be somebody calling in a tip? Is it going to be that whoever has her comes forward or drops her off somewhere? Is it going to be finding a body, out in the desert somewhere? I don't know. We don't know how this one's going to end, and that's what makes it just so suspicious right now.
ABC News correspondent Alex Stone, thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully we get good news on Nancy Guthrie here as soon as possible. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
All right, Alex, appreciate it. From terrifying true crime unfolding in our backyard to one that went on under our noses for years. There's a new story you got to hear that has wild cults, sexy lingerie, and an escaped bee turned whistleblower. This tale is so unbelievable. You wouldn't pay $5 at a matinee if Hollywood tried to put it out because it's just too much. The Secret Society exposed next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone is well-fed and happy. Invite Venencia's to the table. Visit Venencias.com, and we'll take care of the rest. That's Venencias.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Are you struggling with distance vision and now need readers? K2 Vision RLE has a live webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. Doctors Kopstein and King will explain how refractive lens exchange is different from LASIK and EVO ICL. Why no cataracts after K2 Vision RLE? Who's a good candidate? And much more. Join the free webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. No readers, no glasses, contacts, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
For over a century now, Ford
has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
It's Gatos, and I am loving my new windows from Advanced Window Products. 480-746-4280. Advanced Window Products, 40-year anniversary. I hired them in and out in a couple of days. I can see through my windows now. You know, now is the best time to replace your windows. You get them installed before the heat picks up. I'm sending you to a local company, a company that's been in business for over 40 years. If your windows are leaking air, discolored, mine were super discolored, not anymore, warping, I had some warped ones too, or condensation between the panes, it is time to get those windows replaced. Here's the great deal if you mention Gatos. February window special, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. And they can prorate the discount if you have less than 10 windows. Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com or call 480-746-4280. Advanced Window Products.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:01. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem at the Arizona border today. Noem made the trip to Nogales to thank Border Patrol agents for their work over the past year to cut down on the number of migrants illegally crossing into the U.S. Noem pointed out that Eagle Pass, Texas had previously seen their population double in just a few days.
In fact, they had to declare a state of emergency due to the rush of illegal aliens that were coming into their town and through their community to get into the United States. On one day, they saw over 10,000 people come through that area to get into the United States unvetted and illegally.
Noem says one main reason for the dramatic drop in illegal crossings is that the Trump administration is allowing ICE and Border Patrol to do what they do best. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly continues to push for change at the Department of Homeland Security, specifically how immigration operations are carried out.
Kristi Noem needs to be fired. By the way, that's a good starting point here. And the senior leadership there, the ones that have implemented these policies, these people need to go.
The senator tells MS Now he's likely a no vote right now on a funding measure for the Department of Homeland Security. While Noem recently announced all ICE agents will eventually be outfitted with body cameras, Kelly says that should be happening immediately.
Those abuses are putting both community members and law enforcement in danger.
The state's executive announced a website that is set up to educate people on their rights when they interact with ICE. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the news center now to tell us more about it.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs posting a video where she argues ICE is putting people in danger and needs to be held accountable when it violates people's rights. She also announced a website where you can learn about interacting with the agency,
including how to lawfully and peacefully protest, what to do if stopped by ICE agents, and what to do if ICE comes to your business. You have a right to remain silent.
Meanwhile, Republican State Senator Jake Hoffman with harsh words for the website that describes your legal rights, saying the governor is stoking fear.
The efforts of Katie Hobbs to aid and protect dangerous criminal illegals like murderers, rapists, and pedophiles are disgusting.
Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The website is knowyourrights.az.gov. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's February 4th, and back on this day in 2004, a Harvard sophomore launches Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg, we all know his name today, but back then he didn't know he would be changing our social lives forever. Then called The Facebook, he built the site to connect Harvard students with one another, and by the next day, over 1,000 people had registered. Now known simply as Facebook, the site quickly ballooned into one of the most significant social media companies in history. By the end of that year, the site had 1 million users. From there, Facebook spread across the world, becoming not only an incredibly valuable company, but also one of the most important institutions of the early 21st century. Facebook has faced criticism both for selling its users' data and for failing to protect it. Nonetheless, it continues to dominate the social media market, generating by far the most ad revenue and maintaining over half of the total market share. And it launched back on this day in 2004.
It is time to check the roads now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky. In Phoenix, we still have that crash blocking the right and center lanes, I-17 northbound near Peoria Avenue. And then on top of that, since they're really close to each other, the on-ramp for the Dunlap Avenue near I-17 northbound is also closed to try to circumvent people going on to the I-17 while that crash is happening right there on Peoria Avenue. Traffic is still being set to the HOV lane, so expect delays. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get a prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
55 for the overnight low, 80, 81 Thursday through Saturday, but right now in Phoenix it's 83. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Joe comes into work and he's all excited. He's telling me he was out on his late night, 1 o'clock in the morning jog.
Yep.
I don't know how he doesn't get run over, but he does. And he said he found a new real life podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Oh, okay. Is this another one of your sports podcasts?" He said, "No, this is one of those true crime podcasts."
Mm-hmm.
And I know you dabble in those on occasion. Of course, we've got some true crime things happening here in the Valley, and you've been a big proponent of victims' rights and things like that. So he starts telling me about it. It's called Gardens of Evil.
You didn't say that ominously enough.
Gardens of Evil.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's right.
So I thought this was really fascinating. In fact, here, I got the...
you got a little kind of trailer?
I got a little trailer.
A little teaser?
Yeah.
On a July morning in 1991, Detective Mike King's life changed forever.
I don't think I'll ever forget that first moment when I saw her.
A young woman made a startling confession. She'd recently been a member of a cult.
I had to consider the fact that her involvement meant that she could actually be one of the predators.
Gardens of Evil, Inside the Zion Society Cult, is the 5th season of Gamut Podcast Network's award-winning series, American Nightmares.
All right, that sounds great. So the guy you just heard, Mike King, actually joins us right now. Mike King, the detective who led that investigation, former police commander, joining us now on the Chris and Joe Show, as well as the host, the researcher, and the producer of the podcast, Aaron Mason. And you'll be able to see them, too, on our KTAR News YouTube channel. Guys, thank you so much for joining the program. Mike, walk me right back to the beginning. All of a sudden, you've got somebody that basically escaped from the cult and then came to you and said, "Hey, I was in a cult."
Oh, guys, it was crazy. I mean, I was having the time of my life. I was a property crimes investigator running a sting task force, buying stolen cars, and felt like we were doing real police work. One day I walked into the district attorney's office, and And the receptionist said, "Hey, there's nobody available, and I need someone just to talk to this woman for a minute and get her information." Walked over and introduced myself to her, and she kind of matter-of-factly stood up and said, "Hey, I'm involved in a cult that is sexually abusing children. Do you have a moment to talk to me?" And of course, that launched into something that changed the entire trajectory of my professional career and frankly changed my life.
Talking with Mike King, the detective who led this investigation, and also Aaron Mason, the host, researcher, and producer of the new Gardens of Evil Inside the Zion Society Cult podcast. It just dropped yesterday. You can download it right now at Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Guys, a summary that I saw of the podcast says that Gardens of Evil says that the cult took children away from their parents. Can you describe that a little bit? Are we talking about parents who believed their kids were abducted? Were they tricked into handing their kids over? What was happening here?
It happened in a few different ways. There were a lot of kids actually whose parents were in the cult, and they brought their children with them. And then what the cult did, and what any sort of abuser or manipulator tends to do, is isolate and control. And so there were kids who were living in this cult that was a couple of houses in the suburbs. This wasn't like a compound out in the middle of nowhere. This was a glorified cul-de-sac. And there were kids who were living there who the relationship with their parents was they were just another person. They sometimes didn't see their parents for a year or two.
Aaron Mason is the host, the researcher, the producer of the podcast Gardens of Evil Inside the Zion Society Cult. And Mike King is the detective who led that investigation. So what made this cult unique? I mean, one of the things, we hear cult, and that could mean any number of different things. This one, you talk about they took kids away, but what was it about this cult what was the draw? What was their selling point to people who ended up joining it? What made this unique?
You know, I think in reality, it was just the same thing that every cult leader uses. They first organize the group, but they love bomb them. They bring them together, and then they offer them something that people aren't getting on the outside. And we oftentimes think that just dumb people must join cults, but cults aren't interested in getting someone that's dumb. They want someone that can contribute, and sometimes that contribution is financial contribution, or the ability to work, or in this case, sexuality. But what Shreve was so good at doing was convincing them of this special position that they had, and that because he had an enlightened position and could make the decision of whether they were going to get into heaven or not, they then would do anything that he would tell them. So first, he teaches them the philosophy, gets them involved in the ideology, slowly grooms them like boiling a frog, and then sucks them in. And then you get these seemingly intelligent people who are willing to, at that point, even commit crime because they believe that the God that they believe in somehow endorses it.
The podcast is called Gardens of Evil Inside the Zion Society Cult. We're talking with the gentleman you just heard right there, Mike King, who is the detective who led the investigation, and the host, researcher, and producer of the podcast, Aaron Mason. I don't want you guys to spoil anything here, but how did neighbors, what was the tip of the iceberg for how neighbors started to realize something's not right here with what's going on in our neighborhood? What was kind of the aha moment for them when they were like, yeah, we know something's not right here?
Yeah, I think people knew that something was odd. They would see these women walk around, and they wore kind of homemade clothing that they made, kind of like the pioneer dresses was pretty popular. But when they'd go out and do yard work, which was a big chore that they had there, they would wear skimpy little outfits, short shorts and stuff. And the whole reason it's called Gardens of Evil is because the man who led the cult, he was a retired landscaper. Every house that the cult owned in this area had these like Disneyland level landscaping with trees and rocks and shrubs and levels and waterfalls and all this stuff. And people would actually come from all over to drive through this neighborhood to look at the beautiful gardens. And the neighbors would it put up signs and be like, we're not one of them. Like, we don't belong to whatever's happening here. But the truth is, nobody really knew what was going on and to the extent of it until that young woman approached Mike, and then Mike was able to look into these things, kind of look behind these closed doors for the first time and expose what was going on. And when people found out, it was just, you couldn't believe the things.
You're hearing from Aaron Mason, who was the researcher, the host, and the producer of the podcast Gardens of Evil Inside the Zion Society Cult. And he's talking about Mike King, who's the detective, and he led the investigation, former police commander. Mike, what are some of these crimes? What are some of the things that you were uncovering? Again, we don't want to give away any spoilers in the podcast, but what are some of these crimes? I mean, what is it about this cult that they were doing? And how did the cult leader sort of, bring that about? I did read some... I read a little bit about the case. It was, and you made mention of sexuality. I know there was like lingerie modeling and things like that.
Yeah, the cult actually created a business. They called it Sweet Things Lingerie. They were selling to the local sex strippers in town. They part of the guys that we actually used to tear them apart was taking advantage of that business that they had. But the challenge was that everything was happening behind closed doors, and this man was recruiting, particularly his preferential victim was young women who had recently gone through a divorce, had children. They were concerned about where they were going to live, how they were going to take care of their children, and this group offered them free housing. They offered them food, people to help with babysitting so that they could then go and work an hourly wage job somewhere.
Security.
And then through the course of that, they started introducing everything.
The Gardens of Evil podcast, Inside the Zion Society Cult, is available right now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Aaron, Mike, thank you so much. Make sure to download this. It just dropped yesterday. Brand new podcast out there. It's certainly a can't miss. You got to check it out. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Joe.
Really appreciate you. Hey, you've watched the Guthrie's missing person mystery turn into a whodunit as well. Blood, ransom notes, and a name that was circulating online. What's rumor and what's real? We're going to separate fact from fiction next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. There is no person of interest. That's the word from the Pima County Sheriff's Department as they continue investigating the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, following a podcast report earlier today that claimed investigators had focused in on a family member. Alex Stone is covering the story for ABC News, and he spoke with the Chris and Joe Show.
There's going to be a ton of this kind of stuff, and they are having to weed through all of it. You can imagine that if you're getting thousands of reports of everybody who says, hey, I saw somebody many weeks ago, then they got to go and they got to figure it out. Is it connected? Is it not?
A vigil will be held for Nancy Guthrie tonight at 6, and KTAR's Heidi Hummel will be there, and she'll check in with us live from Tucson. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Checking traffic right now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Glendale, we still have that disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Agua Frio, westbound near 75th Avenue. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. I-10 Popular Freeway, westbound near 43rd Avenue. Phoenix, we still have the crash blocking the right and center lanes. I-17 northbound near Peoria Avenue. And the on-ramp is closed at the I-17 northbound near Dunlap Avenue due to that crash in Peoria, blocking the right and center lanes. This report is brought to you by Aquazona Connecticut. Get the Connecticut K5 drinking water station for only $26 a month in 2026. Check them out at aquazona.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
84 is what we're expecting to hit today at Sky Harbor Airport, and then the rest of the week, 80, 81. It's 80 in Carefree. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
It's Gatos, and we've got the face-off. Join our political panel. We've got Barry Markson, we've got State Senator John Kavanaugh, and former Arizona Governor Jan Brewer. It starts at 5, the face-off on KTAR, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Shout out to Phoenix. Thank you for being a part of the show in Phoenix. Chris and Joe, KTAR News, on air, online, KTAR News app. And Arizona talks for a night of celebration and conversation. You know, Arizona, what are we, 114 years old? I think that's what we're at now.
How old?
114 years old.
World?
Hear from state leaders and community voices on Thursday, the 12th at the Western Spirit in Scottsdale. Space limited. Register now. The contest page, KTAR.com. We are following the Nancy Guthrie abduction case out of Tucson pretty closely. In fact, we sent our own intrepid reporter, Heidi Hommel, there. We had her on the air yesterday. Where Heidi, I'm pretty sure you showed up on the background of CNN at one point. Joe and I were watching. We thought you saw you back there. Have you learned?
There's a ton of media out there.
Yeah, and they're everywhere. Have you found out anything new today? The TMZ keeps dropping little nuggets of rumors, but then all of a sudden the sheriff says, "Yeah, this is all a waste of our time. Don't pay attention to that stuff."
Well, a new development this afternoon that the sheriff's office is looking into is, I guess there was an intruder in January in a home of the same neighborhood that Nancy Guthrie lived in, about 10 minutes away from her house. And I guess this intruder was in the backyard of someone's house, and he shouldn't have been. And he, like, a motion sensor set off a light, and then the homeowner and an elderly man as well, kind of common in that neighborhood, scared him off. And so, you know, is this connected? If the ransom theory is not accurate, then could this possibly have just been a robbery, because it is a nicer neighborhood, a robbery gone wrong, you know, and then something bad happened to Nancy, and so they took her. So that's something the sheriff is also looking into, to see if whoever was the intruder in this home could be connected to the crime at Nancy's home now.
Talking with KTAR News reporter Heidi Hommel, who joins us from Tucson near the Catalina foothills, where Nancy Guthrie disappeared over the weekend. And Heidi, you mentioned this intruder that investigators and police are looking into at a home that was, as you mentioned, 10 minutes away. Heidi, you're there on the scene. You have talked to neighbors. You've talked to people who are much closer to this case than us. When I hear an intruder who was 10 minutes away, that feels like investigators are grasping at straws and looking for any tip that could possibly lead to anything. What's your sense right there on the ground? Is there immediacy? Does this feel like it's seconds away from being solved, or does it feel like investigators are just looking for anything?
I think, yeah, investigators are looking for anything. There are no suspects right now. That's frustrating to the community. So looking into any possible leads. Maybe they do have some leads that we don't know about that they're not giving up. Also tonight, I'm going to a vigil at a church in the community for Nancy Guthrie. And it's a little not odd. The community wants to come together to pray for the safe return of their neighbor, but a vigil is usually done for someone who's passed away. We don't know that Nancy's passed away. She's just missing, and everyone's hoping that she's found alive. So that's, you know, just a lot of concern, a lot of questions, and, you know, wishing for more answers.
Heidi Hommel, KTAR News reporter in Tucson. Can we circle back around to what you mentioned as a ransom theory? This goes back to the notes that were sent, I suppose, to the local television stations, and TMZ, of all places, got one too. And as you made mention, police are investigating every angle. Could it have been a robbery gone wrong? You know, what's going on? Are they validating any information? In other words, have they even accepted that the ransom notes that were sent to these TV stations exist? Or are we just playing everything close to the vest? Okay, they are.
Yes, the sheriff's office is taking the ransom notes very seriously. One was sent to a local news station in Tucson. The other one sent to TMZ. There may even be more that we don't know about, but those are at least two that we know about for sure. We don't even know that those two are connected. They could be different. This also could be someone just trying to take advantage of the situation, right? Because they know who Nancy's daughter is. But the sheriff's department is taking it very seriously. We have an update tomorrow at the sheriff's department at 11 a.m. I'll be there. Hopefully we get an update on the ransom notes. But in the ransom notes, I guess there were details that only the abductor would know about the state of the house after Nancy was taken from it. So that's a scary detail.
Do we know, Heidi, if... How do I phrase this? Do we know that what is described in that ransom note matches how the house was, or is this ransom note saying the house looked this way? No, I don't, because we the police have not confirmed, law enforcement have not confirmed what the house looked like, except that
Nancy was taken against her will. They won't even confirm blood splatter. Blood was found at the home, even though I've seen photographs of blood outside the front door. So that, we kind of know. And we don't know exactly what was in the ransom notes either. The law enforcement's not sharing a copy with the public.
I just want to zero in on that one more time. So essentially, while the police are taking the ransom notes seriously and looking into them, they're not confirming at this time that they are definitively from a person who abducted or knows where Nancy is. They're just looking at them seriously and investigating what could be a tie to break the case.
Correct. They're taking it seriously and investigating it. They think it's a credible threat. They don't know how credible it is. And they passed it along to the family. The Guthrie family is aware of these alleged ransom notes.
Heidi Hummel on the north side of Tucson, the Catalina foothills, where Nancy Guthrie disappeared in Pima County, Arizona. Heidi, we certainly appreciate it, and we will check in with you again soon. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Heidi.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that whole ransom note thing is throwing me for a loop.
I 100% agree, and it's why I wanted to double down on that with Heidi. And you and I kicked this around a little bit in rehearsal and show prep. And does it, when you talk about a ransom note and we hear, hey, the police are looking at this, did you understand my question? Did you understand what I was trying to get at? Do we know that the person who wrote this ransom note or ransom notes, do we know that they took Nancy Guthrie? Or is it an imposter? Or is it somebody who did it and is trying to divert into another direction?
And I think that's what Heidi was saying, though, is that the sheriff says that there were details in those notes that only the person who was in that house would know. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the person who took her. But that would that would be a strong connection.
And see, I took that it's interesting. You took that one way. I took it also to mean, did the note say the house was left disheveled and her blue sweater was on the floor?
That's kind of what it sounded like Heidi was saying.
Right. But then my question is, was her blue sweater on the floor?
Right.
Or did the note just say that? What action does it match the scene as it was actually left?
What things match?
Right.
Right.
So is it somebody who's just posing as an abductor, or is it somebody who actually knew things that actually match the scene?
Where my mind goes is, why TMZ?
Right.
That's weird to me.
To me, you would reach out to Savannah Guthrie, or at the very least, like the local news station in Tucson, KOLD, one was left there.
Yeah, and we've seen other people that have sort of taunted news stations in the past. BTK used to taunt the news, right?
Sure.
There have been others. Obviously, what was the guy? Zodiac Killer.
Yep.
He taunted the news stations, right? So there's experience with it. But why TMZ?
It's the popular outlet.
Entertainment thing, right? But why not NBC, where Savannah Guthrie worked?
Maybe you just think that you'll get the most coverage from TMZ. Or maybe you want to lead people off the scene. Maybe you want to confuse. Or maybe you just want attention, like, ha, look at this sick note. Look at this sick game that I'm playing.
And maybe they did send something to NBC, CBS, ABC, and just they've not told us.
Maybe.
But TMZ will run with it.
Maybe.
So that's possible, too. Hey, undoubtedly in the last week or two, you've had a conversation about how stupid hot it is for January and February. It kind of makes you wonder what that means for the summer. But in the meantime, as warm as the temperatures are for the winter, they're generally quite comfortable. You should be cashing in on that. How to make money while you can is our featured headline next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
From Tucson, Arizona's family, Brianna Whitney. I mean, you deal with crime stories all the time. That's your gig. Do ransoms ever get paid and people actually get their loved one back?
Honestly, I don't know. This is exceptionally unusual.
Yeah.
An 84-year-old woman abducted from her home in Tucson, Arizona, a very quiet, quaint, nice neighborhood, and ransom notes going out to media outlets. I mean, that is the whole nother layer to this whole thing.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Renaissance Festival is back. Weekends now through March 29th. Be ready to have a great time. Amazing adventure awaits the entire family. New shows, shopping, jousting nights, non-stop feasting. Leave your cares behind. Happiness reigns at the Renaissance Festival. It's fun and affordable. Visit now through March 29th. Discount tickets available at Bashas' and Food City or online at arizona.renfestinfo.com. Presented by Delta Airlines, Bashas', Food City, Pepsi, Budweiser, and Guinness. Huzzah!
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Life Changer Loan combines your mortgage and your checking account into one. It allows you to deposit money immediately and reduce your loan principal. Keep full access to your money 24/7. The loan helps borrowers avoid hundreds and thousands of dollars in mortgage interest. Why wouldn't you do it? Take advantage of your good credit score. You go to their website, lifechangerloan.com. It's not magic, it's just math. Lifechangerloan.com. Don't forget the address. Do it now. Lifechangerloan.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Every strawberry, every apple, every beet bunch at Natural Grocers is 100% organic. Natural Grocers is unwavering in their commitment to organic products. While other stores might tease you with organic sections that are mixed with conventional produce, when you shop at Natural Grocers, there's no guesswork and no possibility of cross-contamination from synthetic pesticides. Discover our always affordable, truly organic produce today. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
The deadline for the Greater Phoenix Chamber's Excellence in Business Awards nominations is February 13th. Honor businesses that are driving innovation, shaping our economy, and making a difference in the community by visiting phoenixchamber.com/nominate.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump's border czar says he's reducing the number of immigration enforcement officers in Minnesota after state and local officials agreed to turn over arrested immigrants. Tom Homan says about 700 federal officers will be immediately withdrawn from the operation in Minnesota. That's about a quarter of the federal officers currently deployed in the states. But he says the immigration enforcement operation in Minnesota is not ending. Homa did not give a timeline of when that might happen following weeks of confrontation in Minnesota's Twin Cities and 2 deadly shootings by federal officers. The order to remove several hundred ICE agents from Minneapolis came from the top.
But it didn't come from me because I just wanted to do it. We are waiting for them to release prisoners, give us the murderers that they're holding, and all of the bad people, drug dealers, all of the bad people.
So says President Trump in an exclusive interview today with NBC News. The president went on to say the protests that occurred in that city suggest to him the administration could use a softer touch when it comes to immigration, but it still needs to be a tough approach. A facility in Surprise bought by ICE for $70 million in January was the focus of a city council meeting last night.
A peaceful meeting with both sides speaking out on the over 400,000 square foot facility near Dysart and Thunderbird Roads. Alexa Coulter opposes the center.
There is documentation of ICE aggressively and violently approaching people in every area of their communities, cars, homes, schools, and businesses.
This resident talked about the large number of illegal immigrants deported in other states without incident.
Because people living there and the local police worked with ICE, and ICE went in, arrested them, and left.
Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
And you can read more about the Surprise City Council meeting and the public comment that followed at KTAR.com. Let's get a check on traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got some new crashes across the valley, so let's get to it. In Gilbert, we have a crash on the left-hand shoulder, Loop 22, Santan Freeway, westbound near Val Vista Drive. Tempe with debris on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 22, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near Sky Harbor Boulevard, and Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstation Freeway, eastbound near Higley Road. This report is brought to you by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Still yanking on a cord to open your shades? Smarten up, Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
55 the overnight low, 80, 81 the rest of the week, but right now it's 84 in Glendale. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is the Volley.
Joe.
Chris.
It's been about 6 weeks since the last time we had this issue when I went to Swifty Chop and got done dirty.
Mm-hmm.
Today, I returned to a different Swifty Chop. You got to admit, this one looks better.
It looks worse, buddy.
You know, I was told today that my new haircut makes me look, quote, like a cop.
No.
No?
Not at all.
Even cops would have a better haircut than this.
No, because...
Like a RoboCop.
I look like an 80s cop.
See, I really
it's like I have a bowl haircut going on here.
I hesitate to tell you this because I know... You know I love you, but I also know you take some things I say incredibly personal. But with your hair...
It is very personal, but it was also very funny this morning when you said, you went to Swifty Chop again, didn't you? And I went, yeah, why? Is it bad? And you went, yeah. You weren't even joking. This wasn't even Joe trying to get a rise out of me.
Trying to.
You're trying to be honest.
When I look at you from the side right now,
it's bad.
It's like really thin in front.
Well, that's normal.
Then okay in the middle, and then really bad again in what once was a bald spot, now is like a bald abyss.
Bald abyss.
Uh-huh.
How about the complete lack of any sort of blending going on?
No, see, that's okay. But
no, it's not.
But the problem is the gal who did this to you, it was a gal, right?
Wow, that's sexist, but yes.
I'm guessing. Well,
she was foreign.
I know it's usually a gal. That doesn't make it better when you do that. Usually, so I would hope that they wouldn't listen to you. Because I'm guessing you said just make it all short.
I did.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I said. Make it all short.
And the problem is they took you at your word.
That's
and
right.
They made it all short.
That's what they did.
And
except
the problem
they didn't
is,
blend it.
No, there is no blending there.
None.
So you have like awful, okay, abyss. It's just bad. It's just degrees of bad. And like the sides are actually the best part, but when it's compared to the bald abyss and the front, it's really bad. It's just bad.
I've heard that referred to in the past as a skin yarmulke.
That's great. It's just bad.
All right, now to my real question.
Oh, you get two today.
I just Heisingered you. Yeah. Phoenix has been breaking temperature records this week with thermometers hitting the low 80s, well above normal for this time of year, and a preview of warmer weather as the WM Phoenix Open kicks off this week with major stars and big crowds expected. Joe, if you were to describe Arizona's seasons to someone who hasn't been here, how would you break them down?
Oh, this is simple. So we're going to start in the spring. That's hot.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry, I have to back up. I already butchered it. We're going to start in the winter. So
I need you to be dialed in, Joe.
Hey, I'm doing my best. This is my best.
Where do you get winter in Phoenix?
Hold on. So
winter.
We start out hot, hotter, hottest. That's our 4 seasons.
Okay.
So hot, that's like
now
kind of March. Then you got hotter.
Now you're back to spring.
It's like April, May. That's hot. Then June, July, August, hottest. And then
Oh, you think September is
I think like
No.
October, November is kind of
No.
Yeah.
Those are back to hot. All right.
But that's
Pablo, you got to break this down? Like this winter has just not been winter-like at all. I mean, even Arizona winter.
Man, yeah, even Arizona winter.
My
not at all.
description stunk.
It was terrible.
Not at all. When
Yeah.
I still
Your
got-
description of the seasons was worse than my haircut. That's how
no,
bad
it matched
is.
your haircut.
It didn't blend.
Okay, hot. We get in the fall, still hot, and
Yeah.
then there's a time it's not winter, but the bugs die and all the plants stop growing. That's
There you go.
that's
That
when
was
I
like
know.
3 days this
Dormancy.
year.
Oh yes, it was only 3 days this year.
Yeah.
Very true, Joe Huizenga, which is usually lasts a little bit longer, but that's how I describe it.
It usually lasts like 2 to 3 months.
Yep.
All right, Chris, 2 years after the Supreme Court said, take 2. 2 years after the Supreme Court, I do this for a living. 2 years after the Supreme Court said cities can punish the unsheltered for sleeping in public, Chris, Alabama wants the SCOTUS to end protections for begging in public. I want to know the last time you begged for something, anything, other than a haircut that didn't stink.
Probably my anniversary.
I'm not going to ask the follow-up. Becky Lynn, don't laugh. That just encourages him. That's terrible. Okay. Oh, Chris, why do we allow you to speak? Oh, boy. Wow.
Joe, Greater Phoenix announced its can't-miss events for 2026. You've got the Renaissance Festival, the WM Phoenix Open. You've got...
I'm glad you put those two on par with each other.
Yeah.
Renaissance and golf shots.
Yeah, you got Jurassic Quest. You got Monster Energy Supercross at the stadium. How much should you be charging to Airbnb out your spare room when these things are going down?
Like my spare room?
Yeah.
That I have?
How much should you be charging
Per night.
Sure. You want to break it down nightly, weekly, monthly, whatever you want to do. Now, remember the short terms.
Yeah.
I know your long-term rental. I know you've got a roommate that you charge way too much.
Big money.
Way too much.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I gouge him for every nickel I can.
Sure.
I'm thinking short term. It depends on the event. WM Phoenix Open?
Yeah.
I'm thinking I'm pretty close to that, man.
Yeah.
I'm thinking $150 a day.
Okay. I think that's reasonable.
Okay. You know, Renaissance
As
Festival.
long as they have access to, they can use the kitchen, right? You're not going to, Nick Saban them and tell them they have to take 5-minute showers.
Hold on. My kitchen?
This isn't a spa, you know.
No. I've got them like a little Bunsen burner that they can.
No,
they don't
come
get
on.
my kitchen.
No, you have to give them access to your common
I
spaces.
did this a couple years
You
back.
did this?
Yeah. When was Philadelphia Eagles? They were in the Super Bowl here, right?
Yeah. 22?
Whatever it was. At the time, I had a.
Or was it last year? Are you talking about the...
Not last
year. That was the year before. It was here in Phoenix when we hosted it.
Okay.
Anyhow, my buddy, I was a homeowner, but I rented a house. I rented a room to my roommate.
Yeah.
His buddy was coming in from Philadelphia and needed a place to stay.
Did you gouge him?
Yes.
Good for you.
Well, compared to what Joe said, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
How much you get?
I got an extra $100 a day from what you just said right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
See, that's where I would have gone. I would have gone $250 a night. But Super Bowl's a whole lot different than Renfest.
And he was
WM
here all
Open.
5 days because they were working like they were podcasters or something. So they were.
Oh
always going
my
to,
goodness!
Yeah.
Is that how you afford all those Nikes and that
Me?
fancy cologne and stuff that you have?
Super Bowl only comes once in a while, Joe.
Yeah,
That's
Joe.
only 4 nights.
Wow.
Even if I bank that, that's only.
We need a
one-
Super Bowl at least once a year here.
What would you do?
So his 150 is very fair. So we had a house, right? And we did the whole house, and we were charging $350 a night. But we had 5 bedrooms in that house, and you had the run of the entire place. But it also wasn't Phoenix, and there weren't big events going on. Our house is in a touristy area in northern Michigan, so a little bit different situation. And it was a few years ago. I think 150 is very fair for a room. As long as you've got a bed available, right? It's not like an empty. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So you've got a bed in there.
I had a bed, a dresser, TV.
Is it a queen bed or larger?
Yeah, I think it's a queen size bed.
Okay, yeah. I think 150 a night is very fair because I don't think hotels are going to give you that deal.
I got to ask you a quick follow up on this.
Okay.
So you were renting out your whole house,
right?
You said.
Yeah.
Would you have been equally comfortable just renting out a room if you still lived in it? I think the whole house is much easier. Like, I'm not super comfortable having some stranger live in my house with me. I go to work. How do I know I come home and my cat's not missing or my checkbook isn't gone?
Same. I mean, it was all my stuff that was in the house when I was renting it out. Now, granted, I took my valuables out of there, but it was like they still could have taken my TV or could have taken the, whatever else.
So what did you do with your personal stuff, like the checkbook, the things like that?
So this is when we still had the fifth wheel that my wife and I had been living in to save money, and then we bought the house, and then we rented it out, and we thought let's make some money on this. So basically, we rented it out for one summer that paid for the whole year.
Because I don't know where I would put my stuff.
Well, we have a garage, so our personal belongings that we didn't want in the house, we could put in the garage that was locked. Okay. And then as far as where we lived, we still had the camper that we could live in.
So yeah, I would have to play like hide the checkbook on myself so that this person doesn't get that.
Yep.
So you can bury it in the backyard.
Hiding the checkbook on himself.
Yep. Burying it in the backyard.
I'll never find this.
Hey, if I can't find it, how could they find it?
Some people lining up at the WM Phoenix Open drop some serious cash to be there, and they expect some serious perks. What a couple of grand will get you this week, and why you might want to prioritize your once-in-a-lifetime experiences is to not include the golf tournament is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Governors and gubernatorial candidates, members of Congress from back when Congress worked together, and members of Congress from today when they can't. This is Jim Sharp. Join me as I bring you political analysis and insight from the state's top names and those serving in our state's top offices on the AZ Political Podcast. Catch it on the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
In Arizona, they said need to paint like every 6 years. And I said, that's crazy.
It's a new year, Phoenix, so why not stop the madness and do what Brian did? He called Rhino Shield.
It's a ranch-style house. 3 sides are a sheathing. It's the wood sheathing that got coated with Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our unique climate right here in Phoenix.
With Rhino Shield, they talk about like an R13 insulation value. That's another way to reduce the air conditioning bill. I think it's a really good investment and will be well worth it.
Get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield now for 15% off the regular price.
I plan to live in the house for about 20 years, and you guys warranty your product. I don't have to worry about it.
Rhino Shield, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. So stop throwing your money away on ordinary paint. Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:48. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
Those abuses are putting both community members and law enforcement in danger.
Today, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs posting a video where she says ICE needs to be held accountable when it violates people's rights. In a message to the community, she also announced a website where people can learn about interacting with federal agents and how to protect themselves.
You have the right to speak with an attorney, and you have a right to peacefully protest without fear of harm or retaliation.
Arizona Republican State Senator Jake Hoffman calls the governor's action a disgusting attempt to protect criminals. That website is knowyourrights.az.gov. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic, let's go to the Valley East Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. With some good news in Phoenix, that crash that was in the center and right-hand lanes have been moved to the far right lanes, so it shouldn't be causing any major delays. They're still doing cleanup, but it's not on the roadway. And that was the I-17 northbound near Peoria Avenue. And then also with that, the on-ramp that was closed, I-17 northbound at Dunlap Avenue, is also open as well. In Gilbert, we have a crash in the left-hand shoulder, Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, westbound near Val Vista Drive. Tempe with debris on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near Sky Harbor Airport. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Low T start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at redmountainweightloss.com. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Joshua Baker, who's the president of Midwestern University, the largest medical university in the state of Arizona. There's an eye institute, a therapy institute. You even have a veterinary school now.
The veterinary school, our hospital on campus, is the largest animal hospital in North America. So right here in Glendale, we have some pretty remarkable things. But yeah, we have 15 colleges and 20 licensing degree programs.
As well as all of the specialty clinics that provide services to people in Arizona.
You know, it's remarkable the education we're offering to the students, but I think from a community standpoint, the type of care that they could get right in their backyard. You walk into our dental institute, and I say this all the time, it's like walking into NASA. Like, that does not look like a normal dental institute. You can get remarkable care. Our eye institute, there's like 4 places in the country that have the type of capabilities that we have at that place. We don't want to be a hidden gem anymore. We want the whole world to know what's happening right here in Glendale, Arizona.
You can find out more by going to mwuclinics.com. mwuclinics.com.
The
This is Jim Sharp. While overdose deaths nationwide are decreasing, Arizona's numbers were up more than anywhere else. And Maricopa County looks to be the worst county in the worst state. LaDonna Harvey and I try to figure out why on the next Arizona's Morning News.
What are you looking at me
do
for?
it then.
Fine, I
Unbelievable.
got it. Okay.
This guy.
Hey, turn down the
Go.
Unbelievable.
Go.
Turn down the noise and turn up the conversation today at 5 on the 5 o'clock face-off. Bruce and Gatos and their exclusive panel go over this week's biggest news headlines here at home, around the country, and around the world.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Watch it on the KTAR News YouTube. Don't step on me, Junior.
That might be the worst read I've ever heard in my entire life.
So bad.
Makes you look pretty good, though.
No, it does not.
Oh, it does. It can't get worse. It's only getting better.
Like, you read it like you couldn't give a crap that we've got the face-off at 5.
How would you like me to read it?
I don't want you to even touch it again.
Gatos
I'm going to give it to you.
No.
You read it.
Star of Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Gatos joins us right now. I give a crap about the
Thank
face-off
you.
at 5 o'clock. Joe doesn't. I mean, this guy's been mailing it in for a
Goodness,
while now.
I mean,
it's pretty
right?
bad.
Almost 2 years.
What's, yeah, tomorrow's our anniversary.
It is.
Oh, that'll be
Hey,
good.
happy anniversary.
How are we going to celebrate?
Break up. Gatos, I'm excited about that 5 o'clock face-off. What have you in store for the 5? Who's on it today?
I think we got a great panel. We got State Senator Kavanaugh.
Love him.
We've got Barry Markson, and we've got former Arizona Governor Jan Brewer is going to be here.
That is a great panel.
And we're going to talk about ICE, and we're going to talk about what's happening in Minneapolis, and we're going to talk about Surprise apparently has this big, huge building now that they want to.
7 football fields in size.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, though, who are they going to put in there? Are they going to mostly be American citizens? I'm just asking. Just asking. That's all. Because it seems that that's all that we're arresting anyway. So.
Well, the big question to me is it going to be the baddies, the WOW, worst of the worst?
Right.
Right? That's.
So you're going to put ICE in that facility?
Oh, boy.
I mean, I wasn't say that, but
Just saying.
Are we targeting criminals? Or are we hitting quotas?
Are we talking racists and drug dealers or people who are going to school?
Rapists and drug dealers is what he said.
Again,
Murderers, rapists, and drug dealers.
I'm pretty. I don't like that. I don't like that. Brown people are being targeted and pulled out of their cars.
Right. I don't either.
How tired are we all of people saying, "Don't believe what you see"? Well, you know what? I've got a pair of eyes. I can't read up close anymore because you get a little older. But I can see with my own eyes what's happening, and my head isn't in the sand. And I feel like I'm somewhat of an intelligent guy.
And
Not greatly intelligent, but somewhat intelligent.
There only seems to be one side that is retweeting AI videos, too.
Say again?
There seems to only be one group that's retruthing AI videos,
And
too.
and who's that?
Well, it's not the side that's giving us the videos that we're being told to ignore and not believe.
Yeah, just
Right.
remember,
So-
we're taking the videos from citizens who are there and are shooting the video themselves.
I can't wait to hear this, starting at 5 o'clock. Tomorrow, I got to ask you, though, about some of your adventures and how much you'd spend, because some people are dropping some big bucks at the WM Phoenix Open. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
I was there today.
We'll get to... Of course you were.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Outspoken with Bruce A. James Agato starts right up at 4 o'clock. Joe Ising, anything to add?
I will be watching the 5 o'clock face-off at 5.
All right, back again tomorrow. 2 o'clock, Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Are you struggling with distance vision and now you need readers? K2 Vision RLE has a live webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. where Drs. Kopstein and King will explain how refractive lens exchange is different from LASIK and EVO ICL, why no cataracts after K2 Vision RLE, who's a good candidate, and much more. Join the free webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. by registering at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. K2visionrle.com.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family know what to do, where to go, who to call, or what you wanted? If you hesitated, even for a moment, that's exactly why we created our legacy planning checklist. It's free, it's simple, and it walks you through everything that your family would need before they even have to ask. From legal documents to personal wishes, it helps you cover it all. Download your copy today at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details. Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
It's Gatos, and I am loving my new windows from Advanced Window Products. 480-746-4280. Advanced Window Products, 40-year anniversary. I hired them in and out in a couple of days. I can see through my windows now. You know, now is the best time to replace your windows. You get them installed before the heat picks up. I'm sending you to a local company, a company that's been in business for over 40 years. If your windows are leaking air, discolored, mine were super discolored, not anymore, warping, I had some warped ones too, or condensation between the panes, it is time to get those windows replaced. Here's the great deal if you mention Gatos. February window special, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. And they can prorate the discount if you have less than 10 windows. Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com or call 480-746-4280. Advanced Window Products.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at chooseprimavera.com. That's chooseprimavera.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It is 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. We're now hearing the first calls to Pima County deputies to begin searching for Nancy Guthrie following her disappearance over the weekend.
Do we have a description yet of the subject? 84-year-old female, unknown clothes, not super mobile, possibly walking with a cane.
That's from Broadcastify. There was also a report today from podcaster Ashley Banfield that investigators had a person of interest in the case. Alex Stone is covering the story for ABC News, and he spoke with the Chris and Joe Show.
She said that there was a source that had reported to her that now he is a suspect or a person of interest. But the Sheriff's Department is saying that is absolutely not true.
A vigil will be held for Nancy Guthrie this evening at 6, and KTAR's Heidi Hummel will be there. A packed city council meeting in Surprise last night. Many residents speaking out over a proposed ICE detention facility near Dysart and Thunderbird Roads. Brent Peake's group, Northwest Valley Indivisible, has organized many peaceful protests.
We support holding people accountable for their crimes, whether they are citizens or immigrants. We do not want to excuse or allow criminal behavior. Our concern is that ICE cannot be trusted to exercise their authority responsibly, whether on the streets or in a detention center.
Other residents said they support the hard work of law enforcement and appreciate them protecting us. We have more on the Surprise City Council meeting public comment at KTAR.com.
You have the right to speak with an attorney, and you have a right to peacefully protest.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs announcing a website to educate Arizonans if ICE agents come knocking. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the News Center to tell you more.
Yeah, Becky, the website informs Arizonans of their legal rights when dealing with immigration and customs enforcement. The governor's saying ICE has abused their power, but Republican State Senator Jake Hoffman believes putting this information out promotes violence.
Do you think there is value in sharing this information?
Every Arizonan supports constitutional rights. The problem is that the governor is choosing to stoke fear instead of leading. When you put out a website warning people about law enforcement encounters, you're not calming tensions, you're inflaming them.
The website explains your constitutional protections if you're stopped by ICE. They show up at your home, as well as information for tribal members and employers. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
That website is knowyourrights.az.gov.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
In fact, for the last 9 months, the Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into the interior of the country.
Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem toured the border in Nogales today, met with personnel to thank them for securing our southern border. She says border apprehensions are down more than 95% following President Trump's first year in office. And she says the work isn't done, as there are still about 1.2 million people in the U.S. with deportation orders, 800,000 of which have criminal records. Let's take a look at the roads now. Here is Enrique Garcia. He's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the HOV lane. State Route 51 southbound near Bethany Home Road. Phoenix again with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Also on the State Route 51 northbound, this time near Bell Road. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash involving a pedestrian on Arrowhead Loop Road and Beardsley Road. This report is brought to you by AMWA. From 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight, 55 should be our low with clear skies. Mostly sunny the rest of the week into the weekend, and our highs in the low 80s. It is 83 right now in Tempe. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, first hour of the program.
Oh, many people say the first hour is the best hour of the program.
Listen to Barry Markson in for Bruce today. Good to see you, Bear.
Good to see you, Gatos.
How do I look, man? Do I look tan? I was out at the Open today
you look
for a little bit.
You look a little drunk.
Just
a little bit.
No.
No, I don't think you drank anything. You're just around.
God, no.
You're around the people. That's all it takes.
Listen, I'm a man of the people.
But you just breathe in the alcohol there and get it.
I try not to breathe in any of the alcohol, but I did eat very well.
Did you really?
I'll say that, yes. I had some bougie sandwiches.
Did you go? Were you on 16 or 18?
I was everywhere.
Everywhere.
I was everywhere. I went early, got here early, so it was fun. By the way, at 4:15,
yes,
we're going to talk to Bruce and Gatos' weather bunny, Ian Schwartz, from Arizona's Family.
You can't call him a weather bunny.
He was out at the Open. He's talking to all the celebrities. And it was a big day there, so Ian's going to join us
Love
in about
Ian. All right.
10 minutes.
All right.
All right, Barry. Big story is the Nancy Guthrie story. 84-year-old, the mother of today's show host, Savannah Guthrie, abducted, taken from her home in Tucson. There are a lot of questions that are circulating, some rumors. We've got stories of Savannah Guthrie's brother-in-law may have been the last person to see Nancy. We've got these ransom notes, and it's crazy. So why don't we do this? Let's find out what we know at this very moment. Let's go out to Tucson. Joining us is KTAR News reporter Heidi Hommel. Hi, Heidi. How are you?
Hi, guys.
All right. Hey, let's start with just what you're hearing, because I think the question that everybody wants to know is, was this random or was this personal? I know that we don't have the facts, but what is the feeling in Tucson? Was this random or was this personal?
Well, with these ransom notes, that sounds pretty personal. And even the other reporters I was talking to yesterday outside Nancy's house, they were saying that her house is these houses are big. They're big houses on big lots, very spread out. They're like, this had to have been targeted. You don't just, how do you pick a random house in this neighborhood? But on the other side, it's a wealthy neighborhood. It's an affluent neighborhood with older folks living there, kind of like the North Scottsdale of Tucson. It could have just been a random robbery. It really could have been a random robbery gone wrong, and now there's blood splatters outside the front door and the resident's missing, Nancy.
But one of the things that they were talking about, if this is random or what have you, there was some sort of a trespassing case in the neighborhood, according to police.
Yes, that's the latest development as of today. They're trying to figure out if there was an intruder in the same neighborhood about 10 minutes away from where Nancy lives. And this intruder was in this another elderly man lived there, and he was in the backyard. And I guess a motion sensor, the intruder tripped a motion sensor in the backyard, and that set a light off, and that scared him off. But the homeowner knew about it, reported it. So now law enforcement are trying to figure out if this intruder is possibly connected to Nancy's abduction because it's in the same neighborhood. But does this feel like they're grasping at straws? Does this feel like there are no suspects still?
Yeah, I grasp at every straw.
Yeah, police might have more leads than they're letting on. We just don't know.
Heidi Hommel's with us, KTAR reporter. She's down in Tucson looking for Nancy Guthrie and reporting back with us. And, Heidi, I saw some things today. First of all, which I didn't know, that getting multiple ransom demands into different outlets, that's not necessarily unusual, that the FBI sees that in many different cases. And often it's because people are trying to capitalize on things. They're not actually part of the kidnapping, but they're either half goofing around or they're trying to get some free money and they don't actually have anything. So what I've seen from an interview with an investigator is that they have to authenticate each one of these and determine if one is real or not, and then follow through with that. But they also said that they would never, ever suggest to a family member that they pay a ransom until there's been proof of life. Has there been any indication down there that any law enforcement or the family has been given proof of Nancy still being alive?
No, there hasn't, Barry. And that's the law enforcement will not confirm, the sheriff's department will not confirm that there was blood splatters at the house. But there are pictures and videos online that News Nation posted of what looks to be like blood splatters outside the front door. The crime scene tape came down yesterday. So some reporters were walking right up to the front door and taking pictures and videos, because that's what, there were people dropping off packages yesterday. It's,
right.
It's still a house. It's still a home. And how would you prove Nancy's alive, right? Do you hold up the newspaper with the date? That could be, people could say that's AI.
Sure.
And she's been missing for over 72 hours now. She needs her medication every single day.
Yeah.
Does she have her medication with her? Did they find medication to give her? How do you prove she's still alive?
She also had a pacemaker that was hooked up to her phone. There were other things and being away from the phone disconnects that connection, so they can tell the last time the connection took place, which may be when she was taken. So they're trying to determine those things. I will tell you, Gatos, and not to make light of anything, but with the packages still coming to the house, I found when my wife can go on a 2-week business trip, and the packages still come every day. It's every day there's more packages.
Yeah.
So I do understand.
Yeah, because she could have. She could have ordered stuff 3 weeks ago.
That's exactly right.
Or what have you. Heidi Hommel's joining us from Tucson. KTAR News reporter, 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie still missing. Okay, so what's the role the media plays in this? It's really interesting, in these type of situations, a lot of times you have the sheriff's office or Phoenix PD or what have you. If they don't have anything, if they're struggling, to find clues or to talk to people, they use the media. So what's the media's role in this?
So, right when this case broke on Monday, that the sheriff was like, please get the word out that we need tips. That happened the first day of the investigation. They got hundreds of tips. Not sure if anything's come of that yet. Now, when law enforcement finished processing the crime scene. That is Nancy's house. And that crime scene tape came down yesterday. Like I mentioned, there was a lot. There were cars lying down the street, just, camping out, doing our reporting, and kind of walking all over the front yard. That's not technically trespassing. You're within your rights. And there was a woman, like lots of neighbors walking by, walking their dogs and everything. And there was an elderly neighbor who seemed pretty pissed. Like she was about to call the police. But no, the police are aware we're out there. No one was doing anything illegal. And so I talked to her. I was like, is this overwhelming with all these, reporters here? She goes, yes, it is. And I kind of told her, I was like, sorry for interfering in your neighborhood. And I just kind of went back to my car and kept doing my work. And she looked at me and she said, thank you. Like, okay, maybe they're not all bad. And then in the sheriff's press conference, not yesterday, but the day before, he said, like, the ransom notes went to news stations, not directly to the family, but to the news stations. Those notes, if the media wasn't involved, where would those notes have gone? And Savannah herself is a journalist. So I wonder what she thinks about all of this, if it's helping or hurting all the attention.
Heidi Hommel is with us, KTAR News reporter down in Tucson, reporting on the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping, or what appears to be a kidnapping. Is there any sort of a ransom offered for tips that lead to recovering Nancy or finding the people accused of this?
There's a $2,500 reward that's been put up by law enforcement in the ransom notes. Is that what you're talking about? It's like they're asking for crypto, like an unspecified.
No, I know, but I'm surprised there's not $100,000 being offered as a ransom, or not a ransom. I'm sorry, a reward.
Reward,
yes,
reward for information leading to the arrest.
Right.
Yes, it's $2,500. That's pretty low. I'm pretty sure law enforcement puts that up, not the Guthrie family. They haven't felt the need to. I don't know. Is that the family that then would say, let's make it 100,000 or 20,000, whatever. But that it's at least something, right?
Yeah.
Something to get whoever did this to come forward, or whoever knows something about it to get them to come forward.
Heidi Hommel in Tucson, vigil tonight. What is this at 6 o'clock? Is it strange to have a vigil for someone that you don't know if unfortunately she's alive or if she's gone?
Yeah, it's a somber feeling. Vigils are typically for someone who's passed away. We don't know that Nancy's passed away. Everyone's praying for her safe return. So I feel like that's kind of the theme of this vigil tonight. It's not at the parish she attends. It's at a different parish. I think this is really just to rally the community. And I'm headed over there when I get off this call with you guys. And, that's what people who knew Nancy, I want to know, what do they want the community to know about her? And those who didn't know Nancy, I want to know, why did you come tonight? What do you think about this bizarre case, and what brought you out to a vigil for someone you don't know? And we don't know if they're still alive or dead.
All right, we'll check in with you later today, Heidi. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Heidi.
Heidi Hommel, KTAR News reporter, 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, still missing, the mother of Today's Show host, Savannah Guthrie. I got to tell you, I think the vigil's just fine. I mean, I think people are trying to understand what's happened in their community, and I think getting together, you might be able to console each other. Maybe it makes you feel a little bit more safe. I don't know. I think it is such a shocking story because of who her daughter is, where she actually lives, and that and her age. I mean, 84 years old, and somebody takes you out of a house, and now they're ransom notes. It's insane. Yeah, it's insane.
It's a crazy story. Again, it's like a movie, but unfortunately, not a good movie. And so far, not any outcome that we wanted. And I'm a little worried, Gatos. I'll be honest with you. The longer this goes on, it's never a good thing. So hopefully, law enforcement is finding some real clues and finding where this goes. Special shout out to our listeners out in Goodyear. Thank you for joining us in Goodyear here on KTAR.
All right, the greatest show on grass. Big day at the WM Phoenix Open. Coming up next, Bruce and Gatos Weather Bunny, he was there. Ian Schwartz, he's a meteorologist, reporter, Arizona's family. I want to know what he saw, who he's hanging out with, and the most famous person he spoke to.
Well, it's going to be you when he calls in.
Not me. You better do a lot better than that. We need some ratings. All right, that is coming up next. Stick around.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
A white female, 84 years of age, 5 million villain.
We're now hearing through Broadcastify the first calls for deputies to investigate the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie over the weekend. Amid a report today of a person of interest in the case, Alex Stone's covering it for ABC News and spoke with the Chris and Joe Show.
Sheriff's Department is saying there is no truth to that right now, that they are talking to everybody, that they have not come up with a suspect or a person of interest, that is not true.
A vigil will be held for Nancy Guthrie tonight at 6, and KTAR's Heidi Hummel will be there. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. As we check on traffic now, let's go right to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand lane. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 43rd Avenue. Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near Higley Road. Phoenix again with a crash on the right-hand shoulder on the Durango Curve / I-17 northbound near Grant Street. This report is brought to you by Mountainside Fitness. 35 years strong, 25 locations valley-wide. Join Mountainside Fitness with $0 enrollment and 30 days free. MountainsideFitness.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, Barry's in for Bruce. Remember, coming up at 5 o'clock, we've got the face-off on the panel. Barry, you're on the panel.
Let me ask you this. Am I getting paid twice for that hour?
I'm going to make sure you get paid.
I'm submitting for twice.
Even if it has to come out of Bruce's wallet.
I mean, right? I'm doing two jobs. Two jobs.
Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh is going to join us. And former Arizona Governor Jan Brewer will join us. And we will start and kick off the 5 o'clock hour, obviously about ICE.
Yes.
Okay? Should be good. All right. It is
Phoenix Open Week.
It's Wednesday. I mean, this is one of the big days. What is it, like the
Pro-Am?
The Pro-Am, and you got all the famous people out there. I was out there this morning. I was walking around. I was eating everything that I could even come near. I was going to make sure I was fed good. It was warm. I think I got a little bit of a tan.
It is warm out there.
But, you know, I flipped the TV on in the very early morning, and there he is. The Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos Weather Bunny.
Oh, my goodness.
Ian Schwartz from Arizona's Family. You looked fantastic on the tube earlier today. You were out at the Phoenix Open. Wow, they pay you to do that, man?
The toughest week of the year for me. Sitting around, eating, drinking coffee, wonderful food.
Is that what they call it? They call it coffee now?
Is it Irish coffee that you're drinking, or is it regular coffee?
Right. Drinking coffee.
Yeah. And apparently they play a bit of golf there as well.
That is true. I just saw this actually on your television channel. I just saw this. There's at the 11th tee, they have a family center. Do you know anything about this? Are people bringing their kids and leaving them at the family center where they go out and drink?
Yeah. It's like,
what is the deal?
It's like ice rounding people up, only they round up all the kids and put them at the 11th hole.
Gosh,
that's it. Get them over there.
Oh, my goodness.
Get them off the course.
Hopefully the place is sealed and soundproof because it gets so rowdy there. I mean, Monday, Tuesday, those are great days to go because it is calm. If you really like the golf, but you get into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday is bonkers. Pro-Am's a good one. Like today was great. There wasn't too many people. I mean, it was busy, of course. But you get to see the celebrities. I was near, I didn't have a ton of time to interview them today because I was running around, but Michael Phelps, obviously Travis Kelce was the biggest name there, tons of buzz, and then lots of rumored chats that Taylor Swift was there or is going to be there. I wasn't able to confirm it. I didn't see her myself. I went to some spots where I thought she might be, but that was what like a ton of people were talking about. Like, obviously that would be huge, 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 you know, whether you like her or not. Taylor Swift at the Phoenix Open is a big, big deal.
Well, remember, the only people that don't like her are white, old, bald people who don't like her on the TV set for what? 10 seconds during a game, like 3 seconds
Well,
here.
there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that at the Open.
3 seconds here, 3 seconds there. So that, and again, I always like to say, if we talk about Taylor Swift, I always like to make sure that the old, white, bald people listening, you're going to get triggered. So I get
it's a thing out there.
I understand.
I will tell you, Wednesday, it used to be like really nobody went. It was the Pro-Am. It was the celebrities playing with the rich sponsors, and a couple people walked around. And 20-something years ago, Gatos, I followed, remember Hootie and the Blowfish, Darius Rucker?
Yeah.
I followed Hootie around with a friend of mine.
What do you mean?
And we were just following him. I mean, it was I
walked behind him? Did he know you were walking behind him?
He did, because my friend was an attractive woman, so he was paying quite a bit of attention to us.
Okay.
And then we ended up. This used to be, you could walk around, and then they had the Bird's Nest used to be a tent after 18. It wasn't like a whole big thing.
Yeah.
And he ended up talking to us, and we went out with him that night.
How great is that?
We went out, had dinner, and drank that night.
Nice.
Because that was now you can't get. I mean, maybe Gatos can. He's a big star, but you can't get that close to these people anymore.
Well, let's ask.
They don't do that.
Ian, do you get close to any? What's the last time you got close to one of these celebrities?
Last year, I did like a 10-minute interview with Jelly Roll.
Nice.
Nice.
It was awesome. He was just walking, chilling, having a great time. I actually had to stop the interview. Like, he kept going. Now, that was a year ago. He's blown up quite a bit. He just, I think, won a Grammy. So who knows how it would have gone this year.
But you were talking. You were talking a fat Jelly Roll last year. He's super thin.
He
now.
lost half a roll.
Yeah.
He actually said he was kind of starting his weight loss journey last year. He said he had hiked Camelback on that trip.
Get out of here.
That's what. Hey, dude, that's what he said.
I say that.
And now
too.
he's down like 250.
Every time I drive by Camelback, I say I hiked Camelback on that trip. That's what I said.
Ian Schwartz is joining us. He was at the Open today. You know why he lost all that weight? He wrestled in the WWE for a couple of major matches.
Wow.
And me being a fan, he was excellent. By the way, he trained for it and he did a really good job. That's part of it.
Yeah, we went to his show last year at the Bird's Nest. It was really good. We had never seen him in person before. Really, really good.
You didn't talk to Travis Kelce today, though?
No, my coworker Scott Passmore tried. He didn't want to do interviews. That was the one everyone was really trying to talk to. And I think some of these guys are there to have a good time. They're probably imbibing. They probably had a few possibly. So maybe they don't want to do those interviews, if they're trying to have a good time and party, because it is known for that. But that was probably the biggest buzz. I mean, you had Emmitt Smith, you had Michael Phelps.
Yeah.
Colin Jost was supposed to be there. I didn't see him.
But Scarlett Johansson, was she there?
Imagine you got Taylor Swift and Scarlett Johansson.
Wow. Wow.
Could be.
Not confirmed, but that would have been epic.
When you're out there and if you see those two, call us, all right? For crying out loud.
Oh my. I'm going to FaceTime you. Are you kidding me?
We'll bring you on live right as it's happening. I got to say, I love the Open. It's just it's such a great thing in our community. It brings so much attention. I love that it's on TV and there's clear blue skies and this is Arizona and everyone else is freezing. I love it.
That's the other part.
That's right.
Exactly. I mean, it'll be beautiful. Low 80s tomorrow. Saturday will be absolutely insane.
Yeah.
80 degrees, sunny, perfect weather.
By the way, 80 degrees and sunny at the Open is hot. So bring a lot of sunscreen, bring a hat. It is hot in the sun.
And Barry, did you see the weather bunny got in a little bit of that
I saw
forecast right at the end there? It's pretty good stuff. Take the hat off.
Oh, yeah, there you go. And my face, if you're watching on the live stream, I'm a little red because I didn't follow my own advice.
Yeah.
But
it's hot out there.
Yeah, 80 degrees in the sun after a few beers. You got to be careful. I talked to some folks. They had a lot of heat-related calls today.
Yeah.
So that's probably going to be something to get in the next 2 days. So do it safely, have fun, but safely.
No kidding around. It seems like it's not hot. It's hot.
It's hot.
Think of it. Think it's like 95. That's what it's going to feel like.
Ian, thanks, man. We may chat with you tomorrow if you got some good stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I'll be out and about, posting a lot of stuff on social media, too.
All right, cool.
Thanks, Ian.
Appreciate you.
Ian Schwartz.
See you guys. Take care.
Ian Schwartz, American Family. Arizona's Family. What am I saying? Arizona's Family, Channel 3, Channel 5.
Somebody just parachuted onto the 16.
I saw that. Oh, the Open is so fun.
It's awesome.
I've been to the Open every year.
Every year.
Every year since it opened in Scottsdale.
Do you remember when they used to say you can't bring your cell phone in?
I do.
That's insane.
And people would still try to sneak it in.
Course.
It was like a whole thing. You had your cell phone, they kick you out. Can you imagine?
No.
Look at Julia. She's looking at us like we're crazy people.
It's true. I noticed. It was crazy.
They used to do that. I couldn't believe someone would have their phone there and talk during the golf tournament.
All right, coming up next, we've got a major shakeup in one of Arizona's major races in 2026.
Yes, and we're going to push that back.
Okay, we're going to push that back. So let me see. Coming up next, why you should never say goodbye when leaving a party. Okay?
Yes.
We're going to talk about that type of etiquette. Stick around.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
Phoenix is bringing back speed monitoring cameras. The assistant street transportation director says they force drivers to slow down, drive safer, and follow the speed limits. Violators will get tickets starting at the end of March.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3, and the KTAR News app.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
They're gonna go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Are you struggling with distance vision and now need readers? K2 Vision RLE has a live webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. Doctors Kopstein and King will explain how refractive lens exchange is different from LASIK and EVO ICL. Why no cataracts after K2 Vision RLE? Who's a good candidate? And much more. Join the free webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. No readers, no glasses, contacts, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
In fact, for the last 9 months, the Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into the interior of the country.
Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem toured the border in Nogales today and met with personnel to thank them for securing our southern border. She says border apprehensions are down more than 95% following President Trump's first year in office. She says the work isn't done, as there are still about 1.2 million people in the U.S. with deportation orders, 800,000 of which have criminal records. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly says he's a no vote right now on an upcoming bill that would continue funding for the Department of Homeland Security. The Democrat tells MS Now there must be major change at Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
We've got to get rid of the masks. They should be wearing body cameras, all of them, all of the time. And right now they need to get out of Minneapolis and really reevaluate what this agency should be.
Senator Kelly says DHS Secretary Noem and the senior leadership at the department need to leave. A judge sentenced a man who tried to assassinate Donald Trump in 2024 to life in prison.
For handing down a life sentence for Ryan Ruth, a federal judge condemned his actions and called him an evil man. Ruth was convicted last year on 5 felony counts for attempting to shoot Donald Trump at his Florida golf course 2 months before the 2024 presidential election. Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
KTAR.
Time to check on the roads this afternoon. Let's go right to Enrique Garcia, who's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand lane, I-10 Pava Grill Freeway, eastbound near 43rd Avenue. A look into our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 28th Drive and Peoria Avenue, and Chandler with a crash involving a bicyclist on Dobson Road and Willis Road. This report is brought to you by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Still yanking on a cord, open your shades. Smarten up Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low 55, tomorrow 80 for the high, 81 Friday and Saturday, and it's 80 right now in Cave Creek. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, we're about 30 minutes away from the face-off. Fantastic. We'll do an hour of politics. That's what happens on Wednesday. And we've got a great panel, and it's going to be fiery.
I'm excited to see how I jump out of this chair and run over to that chair.
Yeah.
And then run back.
Barry is in for Bruce.
Co-host and panelist.
You will be on both.
Yes.
And you better bring it, because I like when people bring it to the face-off.
I might bring 2 completely different personalities. I may argue with myself.
Just be yourself, for crying out. It's enough to have to put up with you today. Bruce is out. IT's. Barry, good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Good to be here, Gatos. This is exciting.
Tell me why.
We're bringing Gina Swoboda in.
Let's do it.
All right. Gina Swoboda is with us. She's the former director of the Arizona Republican Party.
She's the only one that helped win elections, correct?
She's the only one that won any elections.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredible.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, she came in and won elections for the Republicans, and then some of the Republicans decided they don't like her because she won too much. I don't really understand it. But in any case, Gina, thanks for coming on KTR and on Outspoken today.
Thank you so much. It's great to be with you guys.
All right, so we want to jump right in here. So you stepped down as your term ended, and you stepped down as the chair of the Republican Party. That was last month, and you announced several months ago that you're going to run for Congress in Congressional District 1, which was David Schweikert's seat. Still is David Schweikert's seat. He's still in office, and you were going to run in the primary, the Republican primary there, in what is a pretty open seat and a very hotly contested seat. And then I know Jay Feely, who was running in the Republican primary in CD5 and Andy Biggs' seat, He switched over and decided to run in District 1. And now we're hearing, I don't know if it's rumors or real yet, but that you may be jumping into the Secretary of State race. Tell us the latest.
Thank you. So, yes, I hurled myself into the void, as it were, in CD1. There was no one in, and I got in with the endorsement to try to save that seat. And now I think at last count there are 11 people that have filed, and there are 4 I guess I'd say serious contenders. And now there's a dual endorsement situation with Jay, right? And we have one person running in the Secretary of State primary. So I did file a statement of interest because I get asked, I don't know, constantly about that office. I love that office, and I've missed it every day since I left in August of 2020. And a lot of people will speculate and say, oh, it would be great and we will support you. But people talking and being able to do it are two different things. I think I still have kind of chair brain. As the chair, it's very frustrating to have a lot of talent in one race and to have dual endorsements and and we've talked about this a lot, have us all beat each other up and spend all our money and then limp into the general election. So I'm waiting to see what happens, and I'm also waiting to see what the president wants me to do. So I got into that race with the endorsement for CD1. I'm still in there. People got a little excited yesterday, which was gratifying, but I'm not going to jump unless the president's okay with me jumping.
Yeah.
I don't want to waste our resources and beat each other up.
And just so everybody understands, so Gina got into the race in CD1 with President Trump asking her to do that, and he endorsed you, and then now he's endorsed Jay Feely too. So it's one of those multiple endorsement situations.
But he does that all the time.
Yes, I'm a little upset I haven't been endorsed yet, but that's a situation. so now we're in a more difficult situation where Republicans are going to be beating up Republicans. But it's
when do you have to make a decision? When's the day that you say I'm running this or I'm running over there?
Well, as a matter of technicality, you can collect signatures for both.
Okay.
You can only file for one office. The big deal about why I filed the statement of interest yesterday is the legislature is moving the primary up 2 weeks, and as part of that, they're moving the filing window up for your signatures 2 weeks. So I would have essentially 44 days to collect about 10,000 signatures. So if I get the all clear to do this thing, I can't realistically wait much longer and hit that number. So since people were asking me about it, I said, okay, I'll file. You cannot collect a single signature without filing that paper or your signatures are not valid. And thus, that was the motivation to see where we go.
All right, Gina Swoboda is with us. She's currently running in Congressional District 1 as a Republican. She's filed expressing some interest in running for Secretary of State here in Arizona. So, Gina, let me ask you, Congressional District 1, if not, it might be the number one competitive district in the country. And the incumbent, David Schweikert, has stepped out. So very wide open. It's a district that could go Democratic. Schweikert, the incumbent, has won by, 1.5, 2 points over the last couple of elections. So, and I think this is why Trump endorsed you, having you run, I think was, as someone who understands elections and you're certainly very conservative, Trump endorsed you, but not, not on the fully far right and somebody who could win in that district. Jay Feely, and I like Jay. I've met Jay. I like Jay, but he is a full-on, where's Trump's gold sneakers, shows you pictures of himself at Mar-a-Lago. It's a different, which will help him in a primary, but it could be difficult in the general election. But let me ask you, in the Secretary of State's race in the primary, there's only one Republican running. It's Alex Koledin, who, again, very far right, Turning Point supported a guy, Turning Point, already attacking you. I'm already seeing online you haven't even declared you're running yet, and they're attacking you.
I've never heard of him.
What's the thinking? What's the thinking here? I mean, are there enough Republicans in the party to step out and say, hey, we don't want to lose, like we lost with Mark Fincham at Secretary of State 4 years ago. We don't want to do that again with a Mark Fincham lookalike like Alex Koledin. Is that the thinking, that you'll come in here and give the Republicans a chance to beat Adrian Fontes?
So thank you for that. So I think that in both of those races that I am the most viable candidate in a general election. I think that I am the demographic in CD1 that we have a problem with. I support President Trump. I have the endorsement. I don't always agree with every one of their policies. I'm an independent thinker within the Republican Party, right?
Imagine that.
And I know. And the same thing applies to the Secretary of State's office. I mean, I recognize people's desire to nominate someone as far to the right as they can, okay? And we've talked about the Buckley rule and nominating someone that can win a general. So it's up to our voters in the primary. I think I have wide, broad support in the rural county statewide. I know that office. I've worked in that office. I have the respect of all of our election officials, including Secretary Fontes, with whom I've been on KTAR on our, like the Right to Disagree segment with Ambassador Foy.
Right.
I think it would be probably very boring policy-based general election cycle, which would be great when you're talking about an office that should be nonpartisan, right? It's not supposed to be a political office. So, and again, that's where my passion is. I love policy, and I think I do a fine job, and I can speak extemporaneously, and I can write a bill, which is a head start on some of the congressional people that we have that apparently cannot read what they're voting on. So I also think I'd be of service there. So at the end of the day, I think it would be great, and I think I can win in either hat, and I'm just waiting to see where the president wants me to jump, and if there's support from our people, and if there is, I will get in, and I'll be honored to serve wherever the people want to put me. They might say, Gina, it's been real, go home, and I'll do that too.
Gina Swoboda is with us. She's running for Congress right now. She may be running for Secretary of State. Gina, if they want to sign your petition for Secretary of State or Congress, where do they go?
Yeah, please. It is up. If you Google or Bing or DuckDuckGo AZSOS and you put in EQUAL, EQUAL, it's a secure site. Put your personal information in, and it'll bring up everything you're eligible to vote for, and Gina Swoboda for Secretary of State is in there. If you're an independent, PND, or Republican, you can sign for me, and I'm most grateful. Thank you both so very much.
All right, Gina Swoboda. Thank you, Gina. Appreciate you coming on KTAR. Hey, real quick, KTAR is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Broomhead and Gatos on the KTAR team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event. It's on February 21st. Text the word CLIMB to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today.
All right. We still got the face-off coming up.
Yes.
5 o'clock.
I see the governor is here.
Good. Governor Brewer is going to be part of the panel. We had the current governor here yesterday, Governor Hobbs, with us. All right. Coming up next, why you should never say goodbye when leaving a party.
Oh.
All right. Stick around. Aria Dental Implant Center wants you to know this. Dr. Joe, best surgeon when it comes to these type of dental implants. So you have broken teeth and missing teeth, and you're probably going to a Super Bowl party on Sunday. And you're probably going to do what you always do at a Super Bowl party. Eat nothing, which is just, to me, horrendous. Wings, steak, chicken, food, whatever it is, you can't really chew anything. So when you go to Aria, you're going to get new teeth. That's what Dr. Joe and his expert team will deliver to you, all right? There's a lot of, gimmick dentistry out there. There's a lot of bait-and-switch pricing out there. There are a lot of fake limited-time offers out there. There are a lot of surprise add-on fees out there. At Aria, you don't get any of that garbage. Here's what you get. Best surgeon in Dr. Joe and the best price. They have the best price because they're a local company. They don't have the same, overhead as all these other massive companies. So go and tell them Gato sent you when you go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. ABC News reporting the FBI is sending additional agents and experts to Pima County to assist with the search for Nancy Guthrie. Sources tell ABC the additional personnel will include a supervisor who will run a task force with experts in areas such as hostage negotiation, data storage systems and networks, secure digital devices, and more. Once again, ABC News reporting the FBI will send additional personnel to Arizona to assist with the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Let's check those roads now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound approaching 16th Street. Phoenix again with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 southbound near 20th Street. And a look into our surface streets. Chandler with a crash involving a bicyclist on Dobson Road and Willis Road. This report is brought to you by AMWA. From 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Your tap water isn't as clean as you think. City water is full of contaminants, including chlorine that cities use to treat it. At Life Source, we believe your water should support your family's health. Our whole house system delivers filtered water from every tap, even your showers. For over 40 years, we've proudly built every system right here in the USA. Call our factory today at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
This is Jim Sharp. While overdose deaths nationwide are decreasing, Arizona's numbers were up more than anywhere else. And Maricopa County looks to be the worst county in the worst state. LaDonna Harvey and I try to figure out why on the next Arizona's Morning News.
All right, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Barry Markson is in today for Bruce. In about 10, 15 minutes, we've got the face-off coming up. 5 o'clock every Wednesday.
They're already out there arguing with each other. I said, save it for the air.
Oh, goodness gracious. We've got some heavy hitters out there. One of them, former Arizona Governor Jim Brewer. I'm very interested in her take on ICE and how they're acting in Minneapolis, and I'm interested in someone who signed SB 1070. What does she think about what's happening out there?
Right.
So join us at 5. Okay. So you go to a party, right? You have fun and you do your thing, and then you're going to leave. do you slunk out? Or do you go to everybody and say goodbye? And it takes 8 hours.
What do they call it when you sneak out? Is it the Irish goodbye? What do they call it? I don't know. Am I allowed to say that?
I don't even know. I call it slunky. You want to slunk out? Let's
slunk out.
Yeah.
Right. Sometimes you want to leave and you're like, your wife wants to go and you're like, okay, but I don't want to spend 40 minutes saying goodbye to everybody on the way out the door. Can we just go? And right? I mean, that's the decision. Or is it rude to not say goodbye to the host and then it becomes this whole thing, right, Gatos? I mean, that's the thing. There's a study that was done. And they looked at this and they said it takes about 40, 45 minutes to get out of a party if you're going to start doing the goodbye thing. You can't leave. And this was done in Australia, and apparently people go to a lot of parties there.
Yeah.
They figured 25 parties a year. I'm like, 25 parties a year? I'm missing something.
Wow.
But they're saying it's like the equivalent of you're getting out of a party, if you don't just slink out, is the equivalent of 2 lost days a year.
Let me be real honest with you.
You don't go to parties.
Two things. No, I like going to parties.
Right.
No. There's a few things that I don't like to stop and chat.
You don't like that?
No. I don't need to talk about the weather with you. If I see you, like say I'm leaving church and I see somebody I kind of know, I don't need to stop and chat. I don't need to do that. I want to get to my car. I want to go to dinner.
You're on the way.
So like if we're going on Saturday, we're going to church, and my wife, she likes to chat with everybody. And I'm like, hey, let's get out of here. So I don't like to stop and chat. It's a waste of my time. The other thing I don't like is saying goodbye to everybody at a party. And I don't know where this started, where you have to go to the host of the party and say, hey, we're not having that great of a time, so we're going to leave a little bit early, and we just wanted you to know that. Like, what are you going to say to them? What? You're leaving so early. Why don't you stay another hour? And I'm thinking, no, we're not having a good time, and I want to get out of here. It's past my bedtime.
Time to go.
It's time to go. So I never do. We really almost never say goodbye.
Really? You just kind of sneak out the back and out you go?
We're gone.
Wow.
Went to a friend's party a couple weeks ago. We said hi to him.
Yeah.
Right? And chatted for a little bit. And then I wanted to eat their free food, which is exactly what I did. And then I looked at my wife after about an hour and I said, you want to slunk out? And she's like, yeah, let's slunk out. I'm not going to go and let me find the guy who's already talking to other people. Why do I need to do that?
Well, you're kind of a big star, though. People want to know when you're leaving.
People don't give a crap.
They don't?
No, nobody
I
cares.
would assume there's almost like a big spotlight on you at a party. It's
nobody
like,
cares.
There goes Gatos.
No.
Yeah, it is a tough deal. And the funny thing is, it sounds like you and your wife are kind of on the same page, or maybe she just does what you want, but she leaves. Like sometimes with my wife and I, it's like sometimes she wants to leave and I don't want to leave. Do you have like a secret signal with your wife?
Oh my goodness, dude! That's the one thing we need to work on.
Oh, we have that.
Tell me what the signal is.
I'm not telling you what the signal is.
Oh, you can't tell me what the signal is?
Well, if I tell you what the signal is, then everybody knows. We have a signal that we do, and nobody knows we're doing it.
Yeah.
And the idea is we're supposed to, when the other one sees the signal, you're like, okay, and you start making your exit.
This is brilliant.
Now, my wife recently, I've been given the signal, and she's like, nothing happens.
Oh, no.
And we had a whole argument in the car the other day, and I said, what's going on? I give you this. She's like, well, it would have been rude to leave then. It's like, doesn't matter. Right. If I give the signal, we start making the moves to leave.
I think the rule should be if one of you makes the signal, because we've actually talked about what is our signal, because we've been there 2.5 hours. I'm ready to go 2.5 hours ago.
It's got to be something natural. It's got to be like you're rubbing your forehead for a second, or you're scratching your chest or something.
Be a cough?
Can't be. I cough all the time. It can't be a cough. But you got to have a little something.
Scratch the head.
It just seems natural.
You
Anything
can't
that's
pull
natural.
your ear or something like that.
No, nothing like that. But just something like touch your hand.
How about this? We need to get the hell out of here.
Right, that's the normal signal.
Why
let's
can't
go.
I just say that?
Time to pull. That's the secret, Gatos. All right, there's a big face-off coming up.
Yep,
this
coming
is
up.
This is going to
be good.
This is going to be big.
Barry, you're on the panel.
All right.
Let's see. We've got Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh on the panel. And former Arizona Governor Jan Brewer is here on the panel.
Wow.
All right, the face-off coming up in just a few minutes. Stick around. All right, Sweet James, accident attorneys, nobody better. Listen, if it happens that you're in a car or you get in a motorcycle accident or a truck or what have you, insurance companies are going to try and minimize or deny any claim. That's what their job is. And what you need is a closer. What you need is an attorney. What you need is the best accident attorneys in the country. And that is Sweet James. When you're hurt And the insurance companies that promise to protect you often want to pay you as little as possible or just deny your claim altogether. You need a world-class law firm with over 25 years experience. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, 1-800-9-MILLION. Put this number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. They're named among the best attorneys in the U.S. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are here for you 24/7. SweetJames.com, 1-800-9-MILLION. Tell them Gato sent you.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
First Saturday of the month, so Arizona Farm Bureau's in, talking Arizona water with water attorney Samantha Barncastle.
Following that by going up on the rooftop with Lions Roofing.
And 10 o'clock, do you want to save money at your house? We'll share with you our top 5 ways to save.
Long-time listener, really appreciate you guys being on the air.
Thanks, man.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family be prepared? Without proper estate planning, your family could be forced into Arizona probate court for months or even years. The court could step in and control what happens to your home and your money. And while your family is grieving, they could be burdened with court hearings, paperwork, and stress. Probate can cost thousands of dollars in legal fees. But all of this can be avoided. RJP Estate Planning can help you set up a living trust to keep your loved ones out of probate. Trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families. RJP brings clarity, protection, and peace of mind. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
Call 480-896-9597 to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's 480-896-9597. Call by February 9th. 480-896-9597.
Hey, this past summer, we crushed it at Casa Galvisi with that brand new AC system from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. But now, what about the furnace? What's our confidence? Because right now, a heating tune-up is only $47. Only $47 to help prevent costly breakdowns. Let the trained pros at Day and Night inspect and provide a complete bill of health, plus maintain that manufacturer's warranty. Only $47 this month to get a heating tune-up at dayandnightair.com. Book 24/7 at dayandnightair.com.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News on 92.3 FM. KTAR News now.
And good afternoon. It is 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The White House says President Trump has called Savannah Guthrie to offer words of support as the search for Nancy Guthrie continues. The call came one day after the president told reporters he would be willing to send additional federal agents to Arizona to assist with the investigation, and that is what is happening. Additional agents are headed to the Tucson area now. A proposed 1,500-bed ICE detention facility near Dysart and Thunderbird Roads has both sides speaking out. At the Surprise City Council meeting last night, this resident says he supports the detention center and the protections offered by ICE and local police.
I fear that the reason for this anti-ICE sentiment is because many protesters have the attitude, these people are our neighbors. But are they? The minute they come across the border and step foot in our country, they're illegal.
Others say ICE can't be trusted and don't want the facility in their backyard. The Department of Homeland Security purchased the property for $70 million cash a few weeks ago. We have more on the Surprise City Council meeting public comment at KTAR.com.
Those abuses are putting both community members and law enforcement in danger.
The state's executive announced a website that educates people on their rights when interacting with ICE. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the News Center with more.
Today, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs posting a video where she argues ICE is putting people in danger and needs to be held accountable when it violates people's rights. She also announced a website where you can learn about interacting with the agency,
including how to lawfully and peacefully protest, what to do if stopped by ICE agents, and what to do if ICE comes to your business. You have a right to remain silent.
Meanwhile, Republican State Senator Jake Hoffman with harsh words for the website that describes your legal rights, saying the governor is stoking fear.
The efforts of Katie Hobbs to aid and protect dangerous criminal illegals like murderers, rapists, and pedophiles are disgusting.
Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
That website is knowyourrights.az.gov. The Phoenix Metro ranks in the bottom half of Rent Cafe's list of best places to live, which analyzes financial, quality of life, and community factors. Overall, the Valley ranked 17 places higher than last year, but fell nearly 40 places in the socioeconomic category. Doug Ressler with Yardi Matrix says housing affordability is a big reason why.
There's been strong inbound migration from higher cost states like California, New York, places like that. There's limited housing for supply relative to the demand.
Washington, D.C. ranked first on the list of 149 metros. McAllen, Texas scored the worst. The federal agency that investigates discrimination on the job is going to court to probe allegations that sneaker maker Nike has been discriminating against its white workers.
The Equal Opportunity Employment Commission says it's looking into allegations that DEI policies at Nike have led to discrimination against white employees, applicants, and training program participants in the ways they're hired, promoted, demoted, or fired. The commission has now gone to court to seek enforcement of a subpoena for data on the racial and ethnic makeup of Nike's workforce. The EEOC says it's taking the step because the company failed to provide the information voluntarily.
That's ABC's Stephen Portnoy. Let's check the road home this afternoon. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with fence damage spotted on the I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound approaching the Loop 202 southbound freeway, northbound transition. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound approaching 16th Street. And looking towards surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 7th Avenue and Glendale Road. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Join elder care attorney Stephanie Bevins on Tuesday, February 17th at 2 p.m. to learn the essential documents every senior should have. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies overnight, 55 degrees should be our low. Then for Thursday through Saturday, we're going to be in the low 80s with mostly sunny skies. Currently in Phoenix at Sky Harbor, it's 83 degrees. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive, live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Turning down the noise and turning up the conversation. This is the 5 o'clock face-off.
All right, here we go. 5:05 on a Wednesday. It is time for the face-off. We're going to talk politics for the next hour.
Yes.
With our panel. Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst. Hello, Barry.
Hello, Gatos.
We also have John Kavanaugh, Arizona State Senator, District 3. How are you, State Senator?
Hanging in there.
Hanging in there. How's the book going?
Oh, excellent.
It's out.
Good sales.
Yeah.
Good sales. All right. What's it called again? I got it in my office. I forgot.
It's called State Legislatures and Owners Manual, and I wrote it for a class at ASU. I teach on state legislatures, but anybody who reads it will have the knowledge and experience of at least a 10-year veteran.
There you go. And former Arizona Governor Jed Brewer joins us in studio. Governor, how are you today?
I am just fine. Happy to be here with y'all.
It's great to see you again.
Thank you.
All right, let's go right into it. ICE, Minneapolis. Here's what Americans think about ICE. 60%, almost 60% unfavorable, 36% favorable. Let me start with you, Governor. Signing SB 1070 all those years ago.
Yes.
Wanting to always do something about illegal immigration.
Right.
Obviously, you've talked about the border, over and over and over again. That's your deal.
Yes.
ICE tactics. You've seen what we've seen. Too heavy-handed?
Well, there's a few of the things that I viewed I thought were a little overboard, unfortunately, but I think that it's important that we have ICE out there. I think we have to be very, very careful and walk a pretty careful line when we start saying we want to get rid of ICE and they're all bad, because they're not all bad. They're not bad. They're out there trying to save our state and get rid of the illegal immigration and the people that are doing bad things. Unfortunately, if we go too big and create too big of a cry out against ICE, we're going to not have people out there like getting the fentanyl off the streets and the dangerous criminals off the streets. So we have to be very careful how and what we say about ICE.
I think that they're horrible. I think that these new members of ICE are men who have not been trained properly. 47 days isn't nearly enough. We all know that. It should be at least a year. They're ripping people of color out of cars for no reason, and they're shooting and killing people in the middle of the road. I'm pretty disgusted about it.
Yeah,
so is America.
Barry? I agree with you, Gatos, and the polls are showing that a lot of what ICE is doing is not popular. But I think what the governor's saying, and I do think there's a lot of consensus here. I think most Americans would agree what President Trump has done at the border, locking that down, not having all the illegal immigrants coming in that we were seeing under Biden, and I still don't understand why he allowed that to happen. But I think most Americans would say that's a good thing.
Great.
I agree with the governor. I think most people would say ICE arresting actual criminals and deporting them, is people who are violent, people who committed actual other crimes. I think that's a great thing. I don't think Americans like law enforcement en masse rolling up and saying, let me see your papers, just because they're speaking Spanish or they have darker skin. I don't think they like people ICE going into your home without a warrant and dragging people out. I think I think President Trump there's an error here. He said he could be so popular and he blew it by going too far.
Governor?
I think that probably has happened on a few occasions, but overwhelmingly that's not taking place.
No, that's not true. There's a lot of that taking place. They're going into people's homes without warrants. They're going to businesses without warrants.
A lot of it is hyped up. Now, I saw what I believe was a murder by ICE of Petty. I agree. I think that was a terrible.
Alex,
yes, right, with Petty. Yeah. But I believe that they're out there and that they are arresting a lot of people, a lot of illegal criminal people.
You're right, Governor. But 70% of the people they're deporting do not have a criminal record other than coming into the country illegally.
Let me get Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh.
That's
in here. Listen, man. You were a cop before. You were in New York City. Sure. Why aren't you denouncing the heavy-handed tactics of ICE? This has gotten ridiculous.
I will denounce the people who are creating this situation. Okay. These ICE officers are sworn law enforcement officers. They probably have the same motivation that I had when I became a cop. They believe in the rule of law, including immigration law, right? And they want to do a good job. Now, why is this happening? Okay, number one, in states like Arizona, which is why you won't see this here, right? Our detention people, prisons and jails, cooperate with ICE. And when a person who is an illegal alien who's a criminal is going to be released, they notify ICE.
Right.
ICE comes to the jail or prison and very safely inside does the transfer.
Correct.
These blue states that hate ICE refuse to do this, even though they're criminals who they claim they want to see arrested. This forces ICE to go into the streets, which requires far more agents, creates dangerous situations.
Far more training that they don't have.
Well, most
crowd
of the
control is something they don't know a thing
the
about.
overwhelming majority of ICE agents, right, are veterans who have experience and training. And in terms of crowd control,
Well,
you're
where are
right.
they?
You're right.
I don't see any of those guys.
Well, I've seen them.
Really?
Look, ICE agents are not supposed to be doing crowd control.
Right.
That is the job of a local police, which these left-wing Democrat mayors and governors have ordered not to support ICE, to stay away. Then they, on top of that, these governors and mayors, especially in Minneapolis, right? They are calling ICE Gestapo. They're saying that when they arrest people, it's disappearing. No, it's arresting. When they deport them, it's vanishing.
Well, but John, there is some of that. They drag somebody out. They've taken U.S. citizens and arrested them and taken them to other states. They are, you want to call it disappearing, but their family doesn't know where they go. They're arrested and taken away by people with masks on. Their family, other people say, who are you? Where are you taking them? They won't answer. I mean, that's incredible. Imagine if somebody came to your house and dragged your wife, God forbid, out of the house, masked agents, and okay, they're ICE, and they take her away. Okay, and you can't figure out where she is.
Here's a surprise.
That's what they're doing.
Regular law enforcement, going back as long as they've been around, have made mistakes and have arrested the wrong people. It happens, but only in a very small minority of the situations. Of course, it gets major headlines, especially in the media, which is also part of this anti-ICE frenzy. But let's go into greater detail. Not only so they don't back up the ICE officers in these tense situations, they encourage people to follow them.
Who's they?
The anti-ICE activists and some of the Democrat politicians who are fueling this and throwing gas on the fire and keeping cops away.
Why aren't they going into places where there's a ton of illegal immigrants, like Texas, where there's 2.1 million illegal immigrants, or Florida, where there's 1.61? Why are there 3,000 ICE agents in Minneapolis and not in Dallas and not in Tallahassee?
ICE has been rotating them, but they're
not rotating them. They haven't done this in Texas.
They've been here in Arizona. They were in Tucson doing the same thing.
Not 3,000
because
of them.
we are a state.
No,
Florida is a state. Texas is a state that cooperates and allows for the transfer of these criminal aliens in safe jails and prisons.
You're correct about that, but the only states that have had this influx where they are bringing in ICE agents from other states and doing these giant swarms are Democratic cities and Democratic states. They're doing it to make a point, John. It's a.
Oh, okay. 2 points.
Why not do that in Dallas? Why aren't you in Miami?
Number one, there are more illegals because these are sanctuary states. If you're looking for illegals,
there's more.
I got an idea.
Wrong.
Go to the states that are sanctuary states, and they have more of them there.
No, that's not true.
Well, maybe
Texas
they want
is second in the whole country, 2.1 million.
Maybe they want to teach these sanctuary states that obstruct ICE and won't cooperate that the price of not cooperating is you force us to do our job on the street, which is more dangerous for everybody.
It's Trump trying to teach a lesson and make media. You want to talk about that people want the media to do this stuff? He's doing it on purpose. Why aren't they in Texas and Florida, which together have 3.7 million illegals?
Let me get Governor Jan Brewer in here and ask this question, because I see this and I hear this with my own ears because the videos of the everyday people are telling me the story. These guys are racially profiling Americans. It's obvious. I've seen more brown people get pulled out of a car and thrown to the ground, and then later we find out, oh, well, they didn't really deserve it. They're not here illegally. They're American citizens. I mean, you're seeing this, right?
I have seen some of that, but the problem is that when leaders and law enforcement and media, like you all are, that you say that the federal agents are unwanted or they're not needed out there or they're badly behaving, you embolden the criminal element of the people out there that believe that they can operate in the gaps between the feuding agencies. I mean,
I just don't think pulling a gun on somebody in a car is the first thing that you do. It doesn't seem that.
But that's been exploited. That has been exploited too, because it's just they keep playing the same pictures over and over and over and over again. There is a problem. I agree, Gatos. There is a problem.
Yeah.
But I think they're playing a lot more over and over, repeat, and then they keep playing on the, like the petty thing. That was bad. That was murder. I believe that was murder.
All right, State Senator, did they kill the guy? Is that murder? Did they kill him?
Well,
murder him?
They killed him.
Yes.
They killed him, but I'll tell you the truth. I think they've got an excellent case for justified use of force.
Do you think,
I'll explain why.
That they handled that situation?
Yeah, let me explain why in the case of Petrie.
Please.
Okay. So you see the film, and he is fighting with 3 cops.
I don't think he's fighting. I think
it looked like a fight to me because people were kicking
Oh
and
no,
punching
it
and
didn't
throwing
look like a
things
fight
around.
to me
It looked
either.
to me like he was getting his ass kicked by 8 guys.
Well,
That's what it looked
they
like
were
to
trying
me.
to arrest him, and he was resisting arrest.
No.
I've been in those situations.
Right.
When that happens, there's chaos. Arms and legs are flailing around.
Yeah.
Cops are hitting each other. It's total chaos.
The video
This
doesn't show that, John.
The one I saw showed it. Then when one of the cops suddenly saw the gun that he had, and I can tell you from experience, when a cop sees a gun in a situation like that, he's going to scream gun because he wants all the cops to know.
It was in his pocket.
Yes, that's correct. And he's fighting. They know he has a gun. They now have somebody who is resisting, they know is armed, right, has a gun. They're going to be watching very carefully for his hands because they're now afraid he's going to use the gun. And it is so easy for one of those cops to see a motion and a gesture which looked like he's drawing a gun.
John,
that becomes a legal use of force.
You're telling a whole story, but none of that is what we saw.
No. That's what I saw.
What I actually saw is he never touched his gun.
No.
He never brandished his weapon. I'm not saying
He had
you're
his
wrong.
camera in his hand.
I'm not saying I couldn't, if I'm the officer who shot him, if I'm his lawyer, that I could get him off. But what I'm saying is he didn't touch the gun. He didn't go for the gun. He had his back to the officer trying to help a woman up when they started grabbing him and putting him down.
He was interfering
and here's the
in
thing.
an arrest.
No, he wasn't interfering in an arrest.
You can't interfere in an arrest.
They shoved a woman to the ground, and he went to pick her up.
She was demonstrated.
All
She
right,
was
let's
just
assume
like
all
him.
that's true. Let's assume all that's true.
He was an agitator.
After he shot him once and he's lying on the ground, they shot him 9 more times, including 5 when he was dead lying on the ground.
I will
not moving.
address, and it was all very rapid. I will address.
It wasn't very rapid. There was
address
time that went by.
I will address
So
those two.
we got 30 seconds for you.
All right, very simple. I saw a video of him 11 days earlier spitting at ICE cops.
Me too.
And he kicked in the rear.
I agree.
Stoplight.
He
This guy was an agitator looking to pick a fight.
Doesn't mean he
On
should
this
die.
occasion, he picked a fight. He brought a gun when he knew he may be involved in a fight. That is the dumbest thing in the world to do.
You're saying people shouldn't bring people who have licenses to carry. They shouldn't bring guns.
Yes, they should, but not if they're going to get into a fight with a cop, which is what he was looking for.
We got to leave it at that. Here we are in the face-off. We've got the former Arizona Governor Jan Brewer, Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh, and Barry Markson. Coming up next, should Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays step down? We got one member of the panel that says yes, right? Let's hold it. Let's hold it. We're coming back on the face-off next. All right, let's take a minute and talk about advanced window products. So, I just got brand new windows. They look fantastic. I can finally see out of certain windows in my home. It really is interesting because I had windows that were leaking air, and that was making my AC bill go up. I had windows that were discolored. Couldn't see out of them. I had windows that were warped. The biggest window in my house had condensation between the panes. So I got them replaced. You should too. Use a company that has done this for 40 years. Family-owned and operated, Advanced Window Products. 480-746-4280. When you call and you mention Gatos, here is the February deal. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. They build the windows, they install the windows, they guarantee them for life. AdvancedWindows.com. That's AdvancedWindows.com. 480-746-4280.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 5:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. There is no person of interest. That's the word from the Pima County Sheriff's Department as they continue to investigate the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie following a podcast report earlier today claiming investigators had focused in on a family member. Alex Stone is covering the story for ABC News and spoke with the Chris and Joe Show.
There's going to be a ton of this kind of stuff, and they are having to weed through all of it. You can imagine that if you're getting thousands of reports of everybody who says, hey, I saw somebody many weeks ago, then they got to go and they got to figure it out. Is it connected? Is it not?
And ABC News now reporting that the FBI is sending additional agents and experts to Pima County to assist with the search for Nancy Guthrie. Sources tell ABC the additional personnel will include a supervisor who will run a task force with experts in areas like hostage negotiation, data storage systems and networks, secure digital devices, and more. And a vigil is going to be held for Guthrie tonight at 6. KTAR's Heidi Hummel will be there. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash on Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound near Werner Road. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 7th Street and Glendale Avenue. Glendale with a crash on 49th Avenue and Mercer Lane. This report is brought to you by Misting Masters, Arizona's leader in outdoor cooling. Get your system ready for the season or install a new one. Visit mistingmasters.com today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Outspoken presents the 5 o'clock face-off live on the KTAR YouTube channel.
All right, shout out to our friends at Levine. Thank you for joining us in Levine. All right, here is the panel for the face-off today. We've got KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson, Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh, and former governor of the great state of Arizona, Jan Brewer. All right, let's talk about some of the things surrounding Attorney General Chris Mays. We had Governor Katie Hobbs on yesterday, and she said, listen, I think Mays should retract her remarks on Arizona's Stand Your Ground law. There was some concern about some of the things that Mays said on our show about, hey, the way that I took it, and I think Barry took it a little bit similarly, it was here's what your rights are. Here's what happens if you are pulled over by ICE. What can you do and what can't you do? If someone comes to your house and they don't have a warrant, here's what you can do. Here's what you can do. And let's start with Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh. You've asked for her to step down. Is that correct?
Only after she retracts the statement to undo the harm that she caused by leading some people to perhaps mistakenly think that they can use deadly force against cops when they can't.
What did she say that made you believe that's what she said?
Well, she said that you can use deadly force in situations where...
But isn't that true?
Yes, it is. But she suggested that if the cops are not truly, totally identifiable or they're wearing masks, that then you can. Look...
I'm not sure that she said that, but go ahead.
Nobody really knows what she said because what she said was vague.
If we don't know what she said, why are we upset about it?
The use of force is one of the most critical areas of law enforcement. The Attorney General is the chief legal officer of the state. Yeah. One of the Attorney General's jobs is to opine, give people advice on what the law is.
Okay.
She told people that when they're confronted with cops and they fear for their lives and the cops have masks or the cops are not totally identifiable, that you can stand your ground, you can shoot to kill. First of all, the justification law is far more complicated and far more nuanced than that.
Okay.
I learned it as a cop. I taught it in the police academy as an instructor. I teach it now in a college course. You can't distill it into a soundbite squeezed into an anti-ICE, feed my Democrat base information. That's what she did. And even Bram Resnick, who was the interviewer, he looked like a deer in the headlight and twice gave her an opportunity to clarify. Twice she did not. Well, and then the next day, when she did recant, it was not a recant. All she said was, I didn't mean for cops to get hurt. Well, no one said she did.
Okay.
But she's got to reverse the dangerous language.
Yeah, I think and I agree with you that Bram Resnick gave her the opportunity to fix it, but I think she did do that. She was saying and talking specifically in an area where ICE is not identifiable, where they're coming in with no identifying indication that they're police officers, they have masks, they break into your home. At that point, do you have an opportunity? Is she afraid that people may shoot them in that circumstance? And the answer to that question was yes.
Let me get Governor Jan Brewer in here. What do you think?
Well, I don't know what to think. I would hope that what you are insinuating was not true, that's not what she meant. I mean, she would be really undermining the Stand Your Ground law.
I just thought she was telling us what our rights were when ICE was going berserk in Minneapolis. That's the questions that I asked her. Well, what are our rights if they want to drag me out of a car? What are my rights if they want to break my door down without a warrant? That's all I thought she was asking.
She suggested that cops with masks or cops not totally identifiable. News for the governor. I was a detective sergeant. We made arrests. We were not in full uniform. We had our badges, right? SWAT teams come in wearing masks. You can't shoot them.
But they announce who they are.
And so does ICE.
Well, and
by the way, look at the ICE uniform.
They don't do that.
Can anybody tell me that you don't know you're dealing with an armed police officer? They're wearing military fatigues with police across their chest.
They are
they
now.
Got radios.
They are now. That
wasn't all the videos I saw.
They are now. That wasn't what was going on 6 months ago.
It's kind of unusual.
Well, she made the statement a week and a half ago, not 6 months ago.
She was asked if She was asked specific questions. If ICE is coming in and they're not identifying themselves and they're not wearing clothes that indicate what they are and they're wearing masks and they break into your house without a warrant, what might happen? That's really what this was.
We got to leave it at that.
All right.
I will say that ICE agents did try to unlawfully enter a foreign nation's consulate, okay?
Yes.
And we saw that they threatened to arrest a foreign government employee for stopping them. They didn't have a warrant. They were walking into a place where they didn't, I don't even know if they knew what they were doing.
They said they were chasing him in and they didn't know that it was a consul.
Sure
they made a mistake, and that is not a big deal.
I'm sure they were chasing a brown person. I can say that positively.
You know, it's not racism. It's only racism when they are targeting people disproportionately. So what percentage of illegal aliens? What percentage of illegal aliens do you think are blonde-haired, blue-eyed Swedes from Norway?
Hang on a second, John. Hang on a second.
With apologies to the governor.
John, when we come back, I want to talk about this because John's a constitutional conservative, and yet we don't think the Constitution applies to people who have dark skin and speak Spanish. I want to talk about that.
All right, let's do that. Coming up next, this is a terrific panel. We're inside the face-off. Coming up next, when you go to vote in Arizona in November, you're going to be graded by ICE agents. We'll talk about that next.
Mike Broomhead.
The Attorney General.
In other states, ununiformed, masked people.
No, first, it's not true. And second, I can give you 3, 4, 5 instances, and if I thought about it, maybe even more, where law enforcement isn't wearing a uniform. And they are lawfully doing their jobs. And if you shoot them, you're going to prison for killing a cop.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, great discount this month from the Arizona Painting Company. Governor, you need your house painted? I'm going to get your house painted for 15% off. I'm going to send them over. Well, let's see if we can get you got a beautiful house. Let's make it look nice and pretty. So, the governor is saying, yes, I like this. Hey, the Arizona Painting Company has been around for well over 20 years. They have the best painters in the Valley. Now, these guys have been with the company for well over 10, 15 years. They handle everything, start to finish. They make it easy. No stress, no shortcuts, quality work. You can see the moment they're done, it's quality work. And maybe you've been waiting for the right time. Well, this is it. Your house could use a refresher, and the weather right now is beautiful. So call the Arizona Painting Company. Tell them Gato sent you, and you're going to get the 15% discount by texting the word paint to 620-620.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells, and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
It's a new year in Phoenix, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Doris did. She called Rhino Shield.
My house is a stucco house. I had my house painted probably about 6 years ago. It was peeling. It didn't look good, and I didn't feel like I got my money's worth. But with Rhino Shield, I definitely think you do.
Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
My team was very neat and efficient, and then they came back after they were finished to check with me and make sure that everything was the way we wanted it.
You too can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
So I just think it's a wonderful product. If you're thinking about getting your house painted, Rhino Shield is the best product that you could possibly put on your home.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Go paint, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands, not amusing. losing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Take advantage of thousands of dollars in SRP rebates and discounts on energy-efficient home upgrades like new air conditioning units, windows, ducts, and insulation. Save money on your energy bill while also making your home more comfortable. SRP's network of participating contractors can guide you from start to finish and maximize your savings by combining Inflation Reduction Act incentives with SRP rebates. Learn more at savewithsrp.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Now's a great time to start building the backyard you've always imagined. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder for quality and value. We're a family-focused local company helping Arizona families for more than 41 years. And our reviews show the care we put into every pool we build. And right now, we're holding our 2025 prices. So buy now, save, and swim by summer. Plus, get a free travertine upgrade. Make this the year your backyard comes to life. Choose Dolphin Pools. Visit dolphinpools.us.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. We are now seeing a large police presence at the home of Nancy Guthrie tonight. This latest activity comes amid the continuing search for the missing mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie. No word on what police may be doing there, but we'll bring you more information as we get it. We've also learned the FBI is reportedly sending additional agents and experts to Pima County to assist with the search for Guthrie. Sources tell ABC News the additional personnel will include a supervisor who will run a task force with experts in areas like hostage negotiation, data storage systems and networks, secure digital devices, and much more. There's also going to be a vigil tonight for Nancy Guthrie, and KTAR's Heidi Hummel will be there. We'll check in with her around 6 o'clock.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem touring the southern border in Arizona today. Earlier, she thanked Border Patrol and ICE agents for the work along the border over the past year, saying the Trump administration inherited a humanitarian crisis from the Biden administration. Noem says the mass migration across the border into the U.S. was not only dangerous, but deadly.
Those causes of death, of heat and water were dangerous, and the left behind so many bodies that in some counties along the border, they had to install migrant morgues just to pick up the dead bodies.
Noem says over the past year, illegal crossings have dropped dramatically. She added the flow of deadly drugs decreased, saving lives here in the U.S. Time to check the road home tonight. Let's go to Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near Higley Road. Tempe with a crash on the Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Werner Road. And Phoenix with fence damage spotted on the I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near the Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway northbound transition. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Feel the difference an energy-efficient windows can make. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowanddoorstore.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies and 55 for the low. Tomorrow and Friday and Saturday, we're going to be in the low 80s, mostly sunny. Right now in Chandler, it's 79. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive, live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Turning down the noise and turning up the conversation. This is the 5 o'clock face-off.
All right, here we go with the second half of the face-off on this fantastic Wednesday.
Yes.
All right, KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson on the panel. We've got Arizona State Senator, the Republican John Kavanaugh. District 3. And Jan Brewer, former governor of Arizona. It's great to see you all. Thank you for joining us on the Face Off. All right, I'm going to play a clip from President Donald Trump. We're going to talk, obviously, the first half of the Face Off, a lot of ICE stuff. Now let's talk about elections. Let's talk about voting. And let's talk about what Trump said in this clip right here.
The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting.
Okay, I don't think he's read the Constitution. It's one of these things where he sees it as, I really don't like this thing. I'd like to have a little bit more power. That whole Constitution, that paper, it's really ticking me off. First of all, you can't do that, Barry. You're a legal expert, but this is the Constitution.
It's a constitutional issue, and it reminds me of like April of 2020. Remember with COVID before the election, and Trump started to see that he was going to have trouble winning re-election, and that's when the election is rigged started happening. He started talking about it was going to be stolen, even though there was no evidence of that. He just started setting the groundwork for, if I lose, it's not because I lost, but it's because they stole it from me. So now we're looking at this, and suddenly we're going in and taking the election records out of Fulton County, Georgia, but the FBI is taking all of the records, and now he's saying we need to nationalize the election because he's seeing what's going to happen in the midterms, and it's not going to be pretty for him and the Republican Party.
Governor Brewer, you were once the Secretary of State before you became the governor. I mean, I know how you feel about elections. They're sacred. When you hear Trump say we need to federalize elections, what comes through your mind?
Well, first of all, it's not constitutional. He doesn't have the right. I mean, obviously, right. I don't think he will succeed. The bottom line is that going into Georgia really upsets me, taking the 2020 ballots, because now we've lost the train, the
chain of custody,
the chain of the ballot confidentiality and the safety of it all. So now that's blown. Unfortunately, I think that the president is out of line on that. I think that belongs with the states. I think I have full confidence, totally, in our election officers and our election systems, particularly here in Arizona. Bottom line is that we have ID at the polls. We have paper ballots. We've got the best equipment. We've got people that understand elections or have been down to the elections. They are operated and ran impeccably. They it's just not right. Somebody lost an election, but it wasn't because of the election workers.
That's right, John Kavanaugh.
President Trump is going on 6 years in office. Don't you realize what he does? I mean, this is traditional Trump. First of all, it's like a 10-second soundbite, so not exactly a policy paper with details about what he's doing. He loves to throw stuff out like that, see how people react. He loves to pull the strings of liberals and make them go crazy. But what does he mean by nationalize? I mean, right now, the federal government has a tremendous amount of say in state and local elections, either through legislation or through court decisions. I don't think he's talking about taking over elections. I wouldn't want
He literally said we should take over the elections. He said that.
This is a 10-second soundbite.
It's not a 10-second soundbite. He said it twice.
Oh, twice, 20 seconds. Whoa.
John, hang on.
Hand in your ballots.
He said it one day, and the next day his people all came out and said that's not what he meant. He's talking about the SAFE Act, so that the election ballots are safe and all that. And then right after that, after his people tried to walk it back, he came out and said it again. I want to nationalize the elections. He's being very clear.
He does that a lot. I mean, if you want to go down that road and have fun, but it's going to go nowhere.
I don't think it's
I'm
fun.
talking to you, not Trump.
All right, so you think
it's dangerous.
There's nothing going on here.
So
See what happens.
You know it's unconstitutional, and you don't think it should happen.
It depends what nationalize means. If he wants to pass a national law that every state has to have proof of citizenship before a person can vote, nationalize now. I'm for it.
Why is he going back and going for the 2020 election results? I mean, he just wants to stir the pot. Is he going to reclaim himself?
He lives in the conspiracy world that he won the election, and he's going to try to prove it.
Here's what some people are worried about, that Governor, that it has nothing to do with 2020. He can't get over losing, okay, so he puts all this garbage out there. But it has more to do with 2026. It has more to do with 2028. Let me say this. Steve Bannon, Trump very close, obviously not part of the administration, but Steve Bannon said the federal government is planning to send ICE officers to patrol polling stations during this year's midterm elections. Is there anyone here that thinks that's a good idea?
Not me.
Why not, Governor?
Why
would you do it?
This is America. I don't think that we need ICE at our election and our polling places. It just is outrageous. I mean, we're not a communist country. It's America. We have a democracy, and it should be defended. You got to be able to go and cast your ballot and vote and have faith in your election.
People accuse MAGA people of election conspiracy. Everything's like it's flipping around right now. I've heard big Democrats saying Trump's going to cancel the next election. Yeah, I mean, put on your tinfoil hat.
He said that.
He said he wasn't going to cancel.
No,
them.
he said we may not have. Why do we need?
Can we have
a
staff person bringing some tinfoil for the crew here?
So John, so he's allowed to say anything he wants, and if you don't think it's real or it's not, but he does some of the stuff that he says, and he makes that real.
He's very off the cup, and he's very honest.
A year and a half ago, you and others were saying they're not going to go into people's houses. They're not going to go up to people who are brown-skinned or speaking in a Spanish accent.
Go down that road again.
And then now they're doing that. So we don't know what he's really going to do. He's done outrageous things.
ICE has more authority to stop people than ordinary cops do under federal immigration law.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's right that President Trump pardoned the people on January 6th who hurt other police officers, who injured police officers? Do you think that was right?
No,
because
actually,
he said he was going to do that, and people said he'd never do it, and he did it.
And Bram Resnick asked me that just a few days ago on his show, and I said, no, I don't think that was right.
Okay.
I don't agree with him 100% of the time, but I'm not going to trash him by picking up something which is really nothing worthy of going into because it was a flippant comment. Yeah, we don't know what he meant actually when he says nationalize.
I see what you're saying, Senator Kavanaugh, that he does say a lot of stuff, and sometimes he does it and sometimes he doesn't. It seems to me like when he does speak this time around, he does it. He's going to do something. I think there are people that are worried that something's going on with the 2026 midterms. I think there are people that don't trust him. His ratings are in the tank. He knows that ICE has been a total disaster for him. I mean, if you look at numbers, he was winning on immigration. He was winning big, and he did such a good job with the border. And by the way, we should say that again. He really did a great job with the border.
Yeah, great.
But now it's flipped.
He's hurting himself.
Totally flipped.
On that Pew poll, I saw the internals on that, and they oversampled Democrats. And I saw another poll, McFarlane, I forget the guy's name. He's a big pollster, Republican, but very accurate pollster. 60% of the people said they wanted all illegal immigrants removed from the country.
Yeah,
so pick your poll, folks.
There's 30 polls. They're all very consistent.
The 2026 election is going to be very competitive and contentious. We know that.
Is it?
Yes. And it doesn't justify, and it's going to be caused by all these threats that we keep hearing about the elections, and it undermines our election, and it undermines the people that have the willingness, the wanting to vote.
Right.
Yes, it's breaking down our
There will be no
trust.
ICE agents at my polling place, although I vote by mail.
Yes. Yeah.
Me too.
So I think we all do. Okay. Coming up next, why don't we talk about 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie? This is a story in Arizona that everybody's talking about. Even the governor was talking about it on our show yesterday. Let's find out what the panel thinks of an 84-year-old disappearing from her home in Tucson. That's coming up next. All right, Lund Mortgage. I want you to call the Lund Mortgage team. Hey, if you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, rates have dropped considerably since then. So now's a great time to call the Lund Mortgage team and get refinanced. When you refinance, you save money. And the Lund Mortgage team can do it very simply. Send them an email. Here's what you do. Email the Lund Mortgage team at ratewatch, one word, at lundmortgage.com. They'll monitor the market for you and alert you when it's time and the right time to refinance. It's as simple as that. Ratewatch at lundmortgage.com. Also, if you are thinking and considering about buying a house, now is a good time to do it. Home prices are down in the valley. There are a lot of homes that are for sale. Interest rates are lower. So call 623-875-9940. 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Hey, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're talking winter rain, summer heat, monsoon storms, repair or replace. Do what we did at Casa Galvisi and go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Yep, Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide earning Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year award. And they're A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau. So, home or business, go with Arizona's biggest and best, America Roofing, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. KTAR-FM.com.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Are you struggling with distance vision and now you need readers? K2 Vision RLE has a live webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. where Drs. Kopstein and King will explain how refractive lens exchange is different from LASIK and EVO ICL, why no cataracts after K2 Vision RLE, who's a good candidate, and much more. Join the free webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. by registering at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family be prepared? Without proper estate planning, your family could be forced into Arizona probate court for months or even years. The court could step in and control what happens to your home and your money. And while your family is grieving, they could be burdened with court hearings, paperwork, and stress. Probate can cost thousands of dollars in legal fees. But all of this can be avoided. RJP Estate Planning can help you set up a living trust to keep your loved ones out of probate. Trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families. RJP brings clarity, protection, and peace of mind. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
Call 480-896-9597 to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's 480-896-9597. Call by February 9th. 480-896-9597.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. We're seeing a large police presence at the home of Nancy Guthrie this evening. The latest activity comes amid the continuing search for the missing mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. No word on what police may be doing there, but we'll have more information as we learn it. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check on the roads now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near Higley Road. Tempe with a crash on Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Werner Road. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Get your $47 heating tune-up today. Call 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
All right, let's see. 2 days ago, Southwest Blinds and Shutters over at my house, the final day of measurement. So they double-checked everything. They triple-checked everything. They measured every single window, and we are ready to go. I've hired Southwest Blinds and Shutters. You should, too. Go to southwestblinds.com. We're getting some different kind of stuff. We're getting adjustable automated shades, I should say. We're getting blinds. We're getting some shutters. We're doing it all. And I'm telling you, the automated shades are the way to go. You can open and close, adjust your shades right from your phone. I mean, can you imagine, it's in the morning, you wake up, you have your coffee, and you wake up to the sunshine because you can even set a routine that fits your lifestyle. Better privacy, better security with blinds and shutters and automated shades. Blocks the glare, helps lower cooling costs, and it's custom fit for your taste. Go to southwestblinds.com and tell them Gato sent you.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Outspoken presents the 5 o'clock face-off. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel.
All right, Governor Brewer, Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh, KTAR legal analyst, I should say, Barry Markson. In a moment, I want to get your take on Nancy Guthrie, who has disappeared and was taken from Tucson. But first, a little legislative news, Barry.
Yeah, well, I just want to. John Kavanaugh's here, and you're the Senate Majority Leader now, right? Do I have that right? Yeah.
Correct, yes.
You're up top. So let me ask you. We had the tax compliance bill, I think it's called, right? The federal government makes some tax law changes, and then the state legislators have to. Generally, it's a law you pass to kind of get everything in conformity, that we're all in this together. And this year was a much bigger one because in the big beautiful bill there was a lot of tax cuts and different things, and the legislature had a bill. The Republicans on their own passed a bill unanimously and sent it to the governor, and she vetoed it. That would have basically put into law most of, or not all of, what Trump's tax cuts were. The governor wants to do about half of it. Is that fair? She wants to do $600 million, not $1.2 billion.
Full conformity is about $440 million. The governor only wants to do the individual personal income tax part of it, and the legislature wants to do that part, and we want to add the business tax cuts, which would be like about twice that amount, like $440.
Okay, so let me ask you this question: where do we? Because you're saying that's going to cut taxes, less revenue coming into the state coffers. We're already kind of tight with the revenue here, right? I mean, we're having trouble to get enough money for schools and roads and prisons and everything else. What are we doing to replace that money?
Well, our constituents are even tighter for money, and the personal cuts put the money back in their pockets. And we have found that by giving businesses tax cuts, they tend to grow. They have more employees. They pay more taxes. Their employees pay more. I mean, Arizona's economy is pretty good compared to the rest of the country because of our low taxes. Is part of the reason.
Governor Hobbs has done a great job, right?
Well, by adopting Trump's tax cuts, she did.
Interesting. I want to get the panel's take on 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, abducted from her home in Tucson. It's the biggest story in Arizona, and the entire United States is kind of looking at this. It's such a creepy story because who takes an 84-year-old woman out of a house? Now we're hearing that there may be some ransom demands that have come to different television stations in Arizona. Governor Brewer, what do you make of this? Do you think this is personal, or if this is just a random thing that happened?
It's just terrible.
Yeah.
The more you learn, the worse it gets. It's just unbelievable that she lives there by herself in a very reclusive area.
Very safe, it
yes,
seems, yeah.
And that somebody just stumbles upon them, like people were suggesting maybe it was just a random hit. I don't believe that it was. I think it was pointed at her for money. I think they realized that she has money coming from not only herself but from her family.
Yeah.
And she needs her medication. The whole thing is just a nightmare, And for those of us that sometimes have been in kind of situations similar to that, threats and things like that, and John, you know what that is like, and I certainly know, and my family, by the way, that is it's devastating. It's absolutely devastating. I keep wondering why they don't put a bigger reward out to encourage people. Because people sell their soul, for money, whatever.
I'm surprised it's not. It's a $2,500 reward.
And the last thing that I heard that they were trying to kind of connect it to her son-in-law, which is just makes it even more awful. It just seems like it gets worse and worse and worse.
Is it a family member?
Well,
is
and
it
just
a
so we know,
stranger?
nobody's accusing the son-in-law of anything.
I know. I didn't mean to say that, but they were linking it one time this morning. They still were doing that, and then her not having her medicine. We don't even know if she's
very
alive.
Right.
It's just terrible.
Let me ask Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh, because you were a cop. Do ransoms ever get paid out, and do people get their loved one back?
Generally, it's kind of a bad practice because there's no guarantee. I think you may have some ransoms getting paid that we never hear about. But, this is a strange case. I mean, she's in her 80s, so a lot of the usual, motives like revenge for something she did or a lover's lust, they just don't seem to apply here. And in terms of the money, I mean, she herself is not a super millionaire, and her daughter's on the other side of the country. I don't know about that. I'm fearful that it might just have been some crazy person loitering in the neighborhood who victimized her. You had cases like Eton Potts and in
I
New
think
York
it was
City.
targeted. I think
I
it
do
was
too.
targeted.
I do too, but we don't know. I do
Hopefully
too.
we'll find out.
Hey, I want to thank all of you for coming in for the face-off on Wednesday. Barry, great stuff, our legal analyst. We've got Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Glad your book's doing great. And Jan Brewer, former governor of this great state of Arizona. It's good to see you, too.
Good to see you guys.
All right, that is the Face-Off every Wednesday here on KTAR, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. All right, big 6 o'clock hour coming up. So your boss offers you a choice. Vacation time or cash?
Oh.
Which one would you choose? We'll discuss. Stick around.
It's one thing to save for retirement. It's entirely another thing to be ready for retirement. Hey, it's Bruce St. James, and Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan. A plan that wasn't about guesswork. It was about peace of mind. Their fiduciary advisors sat down with me, explained everything in terms that I could understand, gave me options, asked me questions, and never once did they try to sell me something I didn't need. I'm a client now, and I refer my friends and family to them because I couldn't be any happier. If you want a clear path forward, well, call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered, investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T, start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. When something's happening in your community, ABC 15 is here to listen, to lift up your voice and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It is 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn, and tonight we're seeing a large police presence at the home of Nancy Guthrie. This latest activity comes amid the continuing search for the missing mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. There's no word on what police may be doing there, but we will bring you more information as we get it. ABC News reporting that the FBI is sending additional agents and experts to Pima County to assist with the search for Nancy Guthrie. Sources tell ABC this additional personnel will include a supervisor who'll run a task force with experts in areas like hostage negotiation, data storage systems and networks, secure digital devices, and much more. Meanwhile, a vigil is being held tonight for Nancy Guthrie at St. Philip's in Tucson, and it's just getting underway. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is outside the parish to tell us more about how the community is feeling.
Hundreds in the community are coming together to support the Guthrie family and pray for Nancy's safe return home. One gentleman came all the way from Sierra Vista. He says he's a fan of Nancy's daughter Savannah on the Today Show, and his eyes filled up with tears as he talked about what she might be going through. A Tucson couple told me they never met Nancy, but felt the need to come to tonight's vigil to also support Savannah, as they've been watching her on TV since she was in local news. And two women said they're friends with Nancy because they all worked in public relations together and are wishing deeply for her safe return home. Reporting live in Tucson, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
You have the right to speak with an attorney, and you have a right to peacefully protest.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs announcing a website to educate Arizonans if ICE agents come knocking. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the News Center to tell us more.
The website informs Arizonans of their legal rights when dealing with immigration and customs enforcement. The governor saying ICE has abused their power, but Republican State Senator Jake Hoffman believes putting this out promotes violence.
Do you think there is value in sharing this information?
Every Arizonan supports constitutional rights. The problem is that the governor is choosing to stoke fear instead of leading. When you put out a website warning people about law enforcement encounters, you're not calming tensions, you're inflaming them.
The website explains your constitutional protections if you're stopped by ICE. They show up at your home, as well as information for tribal members and employers. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
That website is knowyourrights.az.gov. President Trump says he's the one who ordered several hundred ICE agents to leave Minneapolis. Still, the president, in an exclusive interview with NBC News, says the immigration enforcement operation made a difference.
So crime now in Minnesota, crime now in Minneapolis is down. Crime in all cities is down. And you know why it's down? It's down because of us.
When asked what he has learned from the protests and violence in Minneapolis that came with the enforcement surge, the president said they could possibly use a softer touch on immigration, but said they still have to be tough. Well, this week we have the WM Phoenix Open underway. The Super Bowl is Sunday, but last night the competition was rough at the Westminster Dog Show. Penny the Pincher, one of the most elegant-looking canines to walk the green carpet at Madison Square Garden, was crowned the winner.
There was an Old English sheepdog named Graham among the finalists, as well as a Chesapeake Bay retriever named Coda and a mop-looking little Pekingese who answers to Lumpy. But in the end, Penny outshone them all.
For Best in Show at the 150th Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show is the Doberman Pinscher.
Handler Andy Linton calls Penny as great a Doberman Pinscher as he's ever seen. He says she's a great dog, very smart, very demanding, and will eat anything. Penny beating out 2,500 other dogs to take the purple ribbon. Sherry Preston, ABC News, New York.
Today on Wall Street, the Dow was up 260 points, while the S&P was down 35 and the NASDAQ fell 350. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's take a look at traffic with Enrique Garcia now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Litchfield Park, debris on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 303 southbound approaching Northern Parkway. Chandler with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway. Eastbound near Elliott Road and Mesa, they crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstation Freeway, westbound near Hagley Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, low temp around 55. We're going to be in the low 80s Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with mostly sunny skies. And right now in Chandler, it's 79 degrees. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
Oh, my goodness, hour number 3, definitely the best hour of the program. Wow.
Some face-off in 5 o'clock hour.
We had a little face-off. We had to have the hazmat team had to come in here and clean some of the blood off the floor. It's crazy.
Great thing about the face-off, you can check it anywhere. KTAR.com, the app, or certainly our YouTube channel.
Yep.
But after it's over, everybody shakes hands.
Yeah,
May have been on a different side, and then we move on. It's always cordial at the end.
That's what I love most about it, Gatos, is every time I'm in here and we're arguing and we're talking and then at the end, even in the breaks, we're all fine. We're talking about, what are you doing this weekend? It's like we're people. We're allowed to have
conversation.
We're allowed to have different opinions, and that's okay.
Absolutely.
And be respectful and listen to the other side for a minute. It's nice.
All right, so Barry's in for Bruce. Let's see. Let's say in about 10 minutes, let's go out to Tucson again. And there's a vigil that's being held. Everybody's wondering what happened to Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, missing from Tucson, Arizona, taken from her home. And there is a big vigil out there, and we're going to be joined by Heidi Hommel live from Tucson in just about 10 minutes. All right. Pretty interesting. There's a study that found, I guess we start it this way. You're at work, your boss says you got a choice. And usually what I say is, I'll take both. But that's just me. You have a choice. I'm going to give you more vacation time, or I'm going to give you a cash bonus. Which would you choose?
I would take the vacation for sure.
Interesting.
I think, but I will tell you, I think for younger people or people starting out and trying to get their financial footing under them, I think a lot of them would take the money.
How much is the bonus?
There you go.
That's the question.
What if it was a week's pay? So a week vacation or a week's pay?
An extra week vacation or
I'm
extra
going
week
to take the vacation.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the vacation.
Yeah. But when I was 22 and starting out, an extra week of pay, that's a lot of money. That's letting me do a lot of things. It's letting me.
Right. But you know what? You had more energy then, too. You'd finish work, and you still have the whole night to do whatever.
That's
you know what I
right.
mean?
Becky Lynn, I was tired at 4:20. I was tired at 4:30.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
But, cash isn't always king. There are these companies that frequently give their employees the bonus. New study says paid vacation time is a perk employers should also consider. I think, Barry, you make a good point. If I'm 25 and working here at KTAR, which I think I was 25, there's no way I would have taken that vacation time. I would have laughed at the vacation time. Where am I going? Where can I afford to go?
Right.
Not going anywhere.
Well, that's the other thing. You take a week off and you don't have any money to go anywhere. So what's the sense then?
I remember getting 2 weeks vacation, and I know one of them I went back to New York and New Jersey, but the other one I sat here and just did nothing because where am I going?
Well, that's
I don't know
not
where
a bad
I'm going.
vacation, if you ask me.
Doing a little nothing's all right.
Do a little nothing is good.
Yeah, but I want to go to like Paris or now I want to go to like, where can I go?
You're a big star. But there've been a lot of studies about this, and they actually show that taking time off from work is important. It helps you reset. It helps you. It makes you a better employee.
Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you an example.
All right.
Becky Lynn is a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
When she is worked to the bone, she doesn't sound like a Hall of Famer.
No.
But when she goes on vacation and she comes back,
no, I disagree. She
you
always
sound like a Hall of Famer.
She always sounds like a Hall of Famer.
Thank you. Usually when I go on a trip, I come back and I don't sound very good because I've generally come back sick.
Oh, jeez.
That is true.
Yeah, that happens too. I will say though, I like this because now when people ask me, "Oh, you're on the radio," I said yes, and I say I'm Hall of Fame adjacent. I get to be.
Right, exactly.
I'm very close to Hall of Fame level.
Thank you
talent.
for including me in that.
So we kind of agree. If you're younger, you're going to take the money. You're not going to take the vacation. If you're old like Barry, then of course you're going to take the you're going to take the extra vacation. But like I think the younger generation, they want
the vacation.
You know what? They might start wanting the vacation. See, it's way different than when we were their age.
Young people want the experience. They don't care about the money as much.
I cared about the money.
It's less material stuff. They want the experience, right?
They've got the credit card to put it on. I don't know about you, but when I was that age, I didn't have a credit card.
Yeah, no, it's true. There's another thing that's different, talking about how old I am, but, it used to be you went on vacation, and you were really on vacation because they weren't going to contact you, right? When I was a young lawyer, I'd go on a vacation, and I'd tell my assistant, I said, here's the phone number of the hotel I'm staying at.
Terrible.
Don't call me. And that's what I said. Now, I've got this phone with me. I'm getting texts. I'm getting phone calls. I'm getting emails. My clients, I never once, when I was practicing with clients, never once put what's the email thing where you're out of the office? Yeah. Never did that. Oh. I always responded to clients' emails. I never had a full day off where I wasn't doing something.
How about now? Do you shut it down?
No, I mean, I always have the phone, so there's text, but now it's easier because I'm a mediator and I don't have clients calling me in the middle of the night, so it's a different story. But my point is, if you're going on vacation and your boss is texting you or emailing you saying, "Hi, I know you're on vacation, but I need you to do this," that kind of kills the vacation vibe, right? When you go on vacation, Becky Lynn, how many days does it take you to be like, okay, I'm out of work mode and I can relax?
Great question.
Oh, it takes a couple,
right?
At least. Maybe even till almost the day before that it's time to come home before you start thinking about it.
Yeah.
But it's because you take that phone. I have a question. If you go to the beach, do you take your phone to the beach?
I do, but because sometimes I want to read something on my phone.
Yeah.
Like I'll sit on the.
But you don't take a magazine or a book, or you taking your phone and looking at it.
I sometimes I'll still take a magazine or a book. I'll do that now too, or my laptop, or not my laptop, iPad or something to read a book or something like that.
But I bet even if you take a magazine or book, you still take the phone or the iPad.
Phone's always
goes
with
in
you.
the tote bag.
I think the question that you asked is really interesting. How long does it take you to unwind on vacation? Is it day 3? Is it day 2? Because like when I was younger, it would take 2 to 3 days for me to unwind. Now, 5 minutes.
Really?
Wow.
Because I've just trained my brain to be, I am not at work. I'm not answering the phone. They don't need me. They got someone else in there. They can wait a week. And I just don't worry about it.
That's great.
I don't worry about it.
Good.
But you have to train yourself, though.
Yeah.
You really do.
It used to take me a couple days to get unwind. And then as I was getting closer to having to go back, I started thinking about it again. So you really only have, if you're gone for a week, you have like a couple of days where you're maybe like really on vacation.
Yeah, and I don't think about going back even the day or the day before. I don't.
Wow.
I don't. And I'm telling you, you have to train yourself for that. You have to train your brain to acknowledge, hey, listen, it's you haven't had a vacation in a while. You're tired. You're talking about all this garbage going on in the world and America and all this kind of bad stuff. But you've got to just let it go. When I get out of here, I'm done.
When you go on vacation, do you read the news? Like you read the news every day doing the show, getting ready. What am I going to talk about? Do you do that on vacation, or do you just say, I don't want to read all this nasty stuff we talk about all the time?
I got to tell you, I think what's happening here the last year. No. I don't want to know.
You try to.
Oh, really? You don't look at it?
No, I try
scan
not
it
to
just to see.
Yeah,
maybe a scan. Yeah, if I'm being honest.
Don't get into the depths of it.
No. You we were saying this earlier too. When you get away, and you can actually have fun. You're not thinking about what's going on there or what's not going on, and you get that full week or what have you. You're going to be better when you go back. You're going to be refreshed. And if it takes you 4 days to unwind. Good luck.
It wasn't until
Very tough.
it wasn't until just a few years ago, but we actually took a 2-week vacation, which we had never
I did
done
it once.
It was the greatest thing.
Was it?
Because I felt like I had all this time in that middle section after the 2 days at the beginning. I had actually a long time of feeling like I'm actually on vacation and away. And you actually start to really feel separated from work and all the stuff you have to do. Yeah. It was awesome.
Yeah, I don't think many people get a 2-week.
No.
I don't think I've ever done a 2-week.
I did a 2-week last year. We went to Ireland and Scotland.
That's great.
And I didn't think about this place for a second.
He didn't even remember our names when he got back. We had to reintroduce ourselves.
I had to put Google Maps on to try and figure out where I was going. And Bruce was fine. Let him do the show for 2 weeks. It's fine.
Exactly.
All right. Who's the shout out to?
You know what? Let's say a shout out to our friends out in Wickenburg for listening to KTAR. Thank you for being with us out in Wickenburg.
All right. Why don't we go out to Tucson? Nancy Guthrie, mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie, missing, taken. There is a vigil that is going on as we speak right now.
Can I just ask you something? And weird time to jump in.
Yeah.
We're doing this vigil for this woman none of us know, and there are 50,000 kidnappings in the United States a year. 50,000. Why are we doing a vigil for? No offense to her.
No,
I hope we find her and she's safe. Why are we doing a vigil for her? Just because it's public and it's on TV and on the radio? What's happening right now?
Well, I think it's because, she's well known. She wasn't, but because of her daughter, now everyone is understands what's gone on. There's absolutely no idea about what's actually happened. But I would say this about a vigil like this. Somebody said, don't we usually have a vigil when somebody's died?
True.
Wouldn't now be the best time to do it? We don't know.
Yeah.
So if they're going to get together and pray, now's the time to pray.
And
I agree.
I'm good with it. And I understand your question, Barry. And I think you make a good point. Here's why. 84 with a famous daughter who's got a lot of money. And did someone target this mom, this 84-year-old woman, because they wanted a big payday? And I think that's what people were wondering. That makes it different.
Yeah.
It's not, if there was an 84-year-old woman in Sun City that was taken tomorrow, is it going to be the biggest thing?
We'd talk about it, I believe, if there was some interesting, components to it. Absolutely.
It's ransom notes to TMZ.
Right.
It's NBC's Today Show. It's an 84-year-old woman, and it's here in our backyard.
Yep.
All right. We'll go down to Tucson. We will talk to Heidi Hommel coming up next. All right. Aquazona Kinetico, the world's most efficient softener. I've had mine for 20 years, and I want you to have the same one that I have. It'll be brand new, though, by the way. I made that. I clarified, right? Yeah. I have the K5 drinking water station. It's awesome, right? I have the K5 drinking water station. I've had it for 20 years. And I always tell you the benefits of Aquazona Kinetico, especially the K5. You can have it for $26 a month if you mention Gatos and you act this month. I want you to talk to your family about this. You're going to have perfect purified drinking water, okay? Your family doesn't have to drink chlorine anymore. Your family doesn't have to have heavy metals in the water or microplastics or forever chemicals. This stuff is dangerous and it should not be in your water. And when you have the K5 drinking water station, it ain't going to be in your water. It's not going to be there. It cleans it all out. $26 a month? And you owe the K5 drinking station? Yeah, sign me up. Tell them Gato sent you, 602-910-6570, 602-910-6570, aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
6:17, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A vigil for the missing Nancy Guthrie is underway right now in Pima County. The service is happening at St. Philip's in the Hills Episcopal Church. A large picture of Guthrie hanging before the pulpit with the words, "Pray for Nancy," placed behind dozens of lit candles. Dozens of people from her community are taking part, and our own Heidi Hommel is there. We're going to hear from her coming up, and again at 6:30 tonight. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. get a check on traffic now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. Chandler with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Elliott Road. This report is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. If you look fine on the outside but feel drained in the inside, you may be dealing with high-functioning burnout. Support is here. Visit revivalpsych.com to book an appointment today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken, Bruce and Gators.
Enrique, you're the man. Thank you. We got Barry in for Bruce. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. All right. So the big story, 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, we don't know where she is. We know that there was blood on her front porch. We know that she was most likely taken. And we also know that she has a famous daughter, Savannah Guthrie, from the Today Show. And it's a crazy story. We've got so many different kind of avenues to talk about with, TMZ being a part of the story, or there's 2 Arizona television stations that could have been contacted by the kidnappers and they want money.
Yeah. Well, they were contacted. They were sent the ransom demands. And I did see today that the FBI saying that that's not unusual, that they'll often get a ransom demand, but they get other ones too, often from people who it's either joking or trying to do something silly or be a prank, or trying to capitalize on it. Even though they didn't do the kidnapping, they're trying to make money.
Yeah,
with
we don't
the
know if it's real or not.
Right,
yeah.
and what they were saying is that the FBI will never suggest to a family member that they pay any ransom until there's proof of life, that you have to show us Nancy Guthrie if you want a ransom paid.
Right. Guthrie's brother-in-law may have been the last person to see Nancy. There's talk about a possible link to a trespassing case in the neighborhood, according to police. But right now in Tucson, Heidi Hammel's joining us, KTAR News reporter, and you're at a vigil. And Barry made a very good point. Right before we came to you, Heidi, a vigil, we all know, is something that a lot of times happens after someone has passed. We don't know that she has passed. Tell us why people are at a vigil, and what are they telling you? I know you're talking to a lot of people.
Yeah, guys, not only does the story have national attention, but it's really pulling the local community together too. People have come from, I talked to a guy who came from Sierra Vista, that's an hour and a half south of here. Even people who didn't know Nancy are showing up tonight to come to this vigil because they all are a fan of Savannah. Savannah's a local celebrity. She's a hometown hero. She's a U of A Wildcat. And so alumni are here, people who grew up watching Savannah, people who are a fan of her on the Today Show, and everyone's just coming out to support the family. Now, the Guthrie family is not here tonight. Nancy was not a member of this parish. She was a member of a different parish, but the family does have a connection to this one. And the Guthrie family did ask that Phillips stream the service so they could watch from the comfort of their own home. So I do believe that they're watching online.
Heidi Hummel joining us, KTAR reporter down in Tucson, reporting on the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. Is there any new information, Heidi, down there? Is there anything about what the ransom demand is? You mentioned earlier there's only a $2,500 reward, which seems very odd to me that there isn't a larger reward for tips to, the Governor Brewer was saying that too, for tips on what maybe have happened. This has been, we're 4 days now, and we really haven't seen much in the way of new information other than these ransom demands. Anything new about that?
New this evening, not with the ransoms, but there are more law enforcement back at Nancy's house this evening. I'm going to swing by there when I wrap things up here. But I talked to 2 women who were actually friends of Nancy's, and they came out today. They all used to work in public relations together. I didn't know Nancy was in PR, and so they're just so torn up, so distraught. Can't imagine why someone would want to kidnap their friend, especially because she's 84. Yeah. Another couple I talked to didn't know Nancy, but they were, fans of Savannah's, like I mentioned, and they just lived in Tucson. And so they're like, why not come to this? And there's definitely a sorrow mood tonight, but also a lot of hope.
Heidi Hummel with us from Tucson here, a KTAR News reporter. Is anyone you're speaking with, Heidi, do they have any, obviously we don't know what happened here yet, so we don't know the motivation, but have we heard anything about any enemies she had? Is there any violence in the neighborhood where she lives? Anything like that?
I asked a couple people what they think, and one of the guys I was talking to, the guy who came from Sierra Vista, he says maybe it was someone who's mentally ill. Maybe it was someone who's mentally ill who broke into the home and took her. Yeah, maybe the
Could be
ransom
anything.
notes are like you kind of talked about. Maybe it's just someone trying to capitalize on this, right? Like
We had a-
didn't do the kidnapping, but think they
Right.
can make some money off
It-
of
it-
it. So we don't even know if that's real.
In my neighborhood, just recently, this week, there was a couple of kids that broke into a house pretending to be the food delivery or something and tried to do a home invasion, and they were kicked out of the house. The police got them, and they were just young kids, but it was just a random thing. They just decided to do it. Crazy.
Heidi, thank you for joining us. I'm sure we'll talk to you tomorrow. Great job. We'll see you later.
Thanks, Heidi.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I think the FBI is headed to Tucson. I was just reading about that. So this thing is getting bigger, and I think they're going to look at the house again.
See if there's more clues.
Yeah.
There's definitely some things happening at that house. You know, it's not to make this about money, but you talk about ransom and is the family going to pay it? And so I looked it up. I haven't looked it up before. Samantha Guthrie, according to the internet, who knows if this is right, but apparently her salary is $8 million a year at NBC. She's on the Today Show.
Yep.
They said her net worth is somewhere between $40 and $45 million. Again, I have no idea if that's true or not.
It has to be part of the story.
Yeah.
It has to be part of the story because if her mom was targeted for money, it's not hard to figure out where the money's going to come from. I mean, if they want $10 million to return her, they can probably get $10 million to return mom.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a lot. I mean,
I get it. I understand that. Most people can't pay that. We are seeing, reports of investigators focusing a lot of attention on certain rooms inside Nancy Guthrie's house. They got the latex gloves on, and they're removing boxes. So, again, were we on day 4? Day 4, and
it's not good.
It's not good. It's not good. The only thing, Barry, I'll point to is if the ransom notes are real, there's a chance she's alive.
Right.
That's what I'm hoping.
Well, and that's the only thing that keeps this from being a random. We talked about it. Could it be a random person with mental health issues going there? You don't necessarily get a ransom note from somebody who's just committing random violence. So maybe that's a good thing. But again, we haven't seen any information about proof of life. There hasn't been any indication of nobody knows where she is. Hopefully they know things that they're not telling the public, which is what they should be doing to try to find her.
All right. Coming up next, if you missed part of our 1-hour face-off at 5, we had a great panel in, and former Arizona Governor Jan Brewer was part of it. We asked her about signing SB 1070, and certainly we went and talked about ICE. Does she think the ICE tactics are too heavy-handed? You're going to have a chance to listen to that coming up next.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
We're going to give you $2,500 right now in front of your class.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, guys, I know you don't want to hear this, but there's a chance you have low testosterone. I know. You don't want to talk about it. Gatos, don't tell me I've got low T. Listen, there's a solution, and it's super easy, okay? So maybe you're out there, and you're thinking, I've got low testosterone. Men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. Maybe you're not sleeping well. Mental focus, not great. Sex drive, not great. Low T. Go to Red Mountain Weight Loss, mention Gatos, and you start for free. I'm going to get your startup fee waived. And you talk to the doctors at Red Mountain. They test you for low testosterone. If it comes back that you got low T, right? What do? Super easy. You get testosterone treatment. How hard is that? It's great. It'll also actually help you lose some weight. It's, like the fountain of youth. You're going to feel like you're 20 years old again. All you have to do is go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's all you have to do. Just go get tested. And you know what? You might feel better after testosterone treatment and therapy, right? Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
Meet Lee Platz.
A renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at chooseprimavera.com. That's chooseprimavera.com.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. The community in Tucson is praying for the return of Nancy Guthrie at tonight's vigil at St. Philip's.
Pray for our sister Nancy. Guide her, comfort, and sustain her in this moment of need.
KTAR's Heidi Hummel is there and joins us now live to tell us more about how people are feeling.
2 women I spoke with are friends of Nancy's. They all met working in public relations together. They're devastated by her disappearance and wonder what could have happened. A Sierra Vista man says he made the trip out to support Nancy's daughter, Savannah, because he's a fan of The Today Show and says 3 of his nephews are U of A alumni just like her. Another couple never met Nancy, but know the in-laws of the Guthries and wanted to come out to support the family. The Guthries are not in attendance tonight, but asked St. Philip's to stream the service so they can watch from home. Reporting outside the parish in Tucson, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
You have the right to speak with an attorney, and you have a right to peacefully protest.
Governor Katie Hobbs announcing a website to educate Arizonans about their legal rights when dealing with ICE. But Republican State Senator Jake Hoffman believes putting this out promotes violence.
If you're an illegal alien, self-deport, and there won't be any issues. But if you're in this country illegally and you're a dangerous criminal illegal alien, there are lawful deportation orders. Expect a knock on your door from ICE.
Although the governor points out U.S. citizens have been swept up in enforcement, the information is available at knowyourrights.az.gov.
Arizona votes.
She's waiting to hear from President Trump on which race she'll be running, so says former state GOP chair Gina Swoboda, who this week filed a statement of interest in running for Arizona Secretary of State, despite already being a candidate in the congressional District 1 race.
I'm not going to jump unless the president's okay with me jumping.
Yeah.
I don't want to waste our resources and beat each other up.
Swoboda tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos she is confident she can win either race. Turning to sports, the ASU Sun Devil men are back on the court tonight. They're in Utah to take on the Utes, and tip-off is at 7 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. It's a night off for the Phoenix Suns. They'll be back on the court tomorrow hosting Golden State. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Let's take a look at the road home tonight now. Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with debris blocking the right-hand lane. US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound near Val Vista Drive. Mesa with a crash near right-hand shoulder on the US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. And lastly, Chandler with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Elliott Road. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, Refractive Lens Exchange. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies overnight, right around 55 for the low temp. Then tomorrow through Saturday, we're going to be in the low 80s, 80, 81, mostly sunny skies. Right now it's 79 in Peoria. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
We have the latest on the Nancy Guthrie case. The world is watching. What's the latest info? We talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Bruce out today. We got Barry in. Barry, you walked in and said we've got some news out of the Guthrie situation. We're looking at it right now.
Brand new video. The Guthrie family put out a video kind of appealing to the kidnappers. We're gonna get it right now, and we'll have it here on KTR in a few minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna get that in a few minutes. So it literally just was released. We're going through it. We're gonna have it for you in about 5 or 6 minutes. All right. Earlier today, we had the face-off, and we had a great panel. Barry, you of course on the panel. We had State Senator John Kavanaugh on the panel, and former Arizona Governor Jan Brewer on the panel. And so we want you to hear a couple of minutes. We started talking ICE. And one of the interesting things about Jan Brewer is she signed SB 1070. And she has had a chance now to look at Minneapolis and see what they're doing there. And that's where this conversation started. Take a listen. ICE tactics. You've seen what we've seen. Too heavy-handed?
Well, you know, there's a few of the things that I viewed I thought were a little overboard, unfortunately, but I think that it's important that we have ICE out there. I think we have to be very, very careful and walk a pretty careful line when we start saying we want to get rid of ICE and they're all bad, because they're not all bad. They're not bad. You know, they're out there trying to save our state and get rid of the illegal immigration and the people that are doing bad things. Unfortunately, if we go too big and create too big of a cry out against ICE, we're going to not have people out there like getting the fentanyl off the streets and the dangerous criminals off the streets. So we have to be very careful how and what we say about ICE.
I think that they're horrible. I think that these new members of ICE are men who have not been trained properly. 47 days isn't nearly enough. We all know that. It should be at least a year. They're ripping people of color out of cars for no reason, and they're shooting and killing people in the middle of the road. I'm pretty disgusted about it.
Yeah,
so is America. Barry?
I agree with you, Gatos, and the polls are showing that a lot of what ICE is doing is not popular. But I think what the governor's saying, and I do think there's a lot of consensus here. I think most Americans would agree what President Trump has done at the border, locking that down, not having all the illegal immigrants coming in that we were seeing under Biden, and I still don't understand why he allowed that to happen. But I think most Americans would say that's a good thing.
Great.
I agree with the governor. I think most people would say ICE arresting actual criminals and deporting them is people who are violent, people who committed actual other crimes. I think that's a great thing. I don't think Americans like law enforcement en masse rolling up and saying, let me see your papers, just because they're speaking Spanish or they have darker skin. I don't think they like people ICE going into your home without a warrant and dragging people out. I think I think President Trump has there's an error here. He said he could be so popular and he blew it by going too far.
Governor?
I think that probably has happened on a few occasions, but overwhelmingly that's not taking place.
No, that's not true. There's a lot of that taking place. They're going into people's homes without warrants. They're going to businesses without warrants.
A lot of it is hyped up. Now, I saw what I believe was a murder by ICE of Petty. I agree. I think that was a terrible.
Alex,
yes,
yeah.
right, with Petty. Yeah. But I believe that they're out there and that they are arresting a lot of people, a lot of illegal criminal people.
You're right, Governor. But 70% of the people they're deporting do not have a criminal record other than coming into the country illegally.
Let me get Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh in here. Listen, man. You were a cop before. You were in New York City. Sure. Why aren't you denouncing the heavy-handed tactics of ICE? This has gotten ridiculous.
I will denounce the people who are creating this situation. Okay. These ICE officers are sworn law enforcement officers. They probably have the same motivation that I had when I became a cop. They believe in the rule of law, including immigration law, right? And they want to do a good job. Now, why is this happening? Okay, number one, in states like Arizona, which is why you won't see this here, right? Our detention people, prisons and jails, cooperate with ICE. And when a person who is an illegal alien who's a criminal is going to be released, they notify ICE. Right. ICE comes to the jail or prison and very safely inside does the transfer.
Correct.
These blue states that hate ICE refuse to do this, even though they're criminals who they claim they want to see arrested. This forces ICE to go into the streets, which requires far more agents, creates dangerous situations.
Far more training that they don't have.
Well, most
crowd
of the
control is something they don't know a thing
about. The overwhelming majority of ICE agents, right, are veterans who have experience and training. And in terms of crowd control, you're right. You're right.
I don't see any of those guys.
Well, I've seen them.
Really?
Look, ICE agents are not supposed to be doing crowd control. Right. That is the job of a local police, which these left-wing Democrat mayors and governors have ordered not to support ICE, to stay away. Then, on top of that, these governors and mayors, especially in Minneapolis, right, they are calling ICE Gestapo. They're saying that when they arrest people, it's disappearing. No, it's arresting. When they deport them, it's vanishing.
Well, but John, there is some of that. They drag somebody out. They've taken U.S. citizens and arrested them and taken them to other states. They are, you want to call it disappearing, but their family doesn't know where they go. They're arrested and taken away by people with masks on. Their family, other people say, "Who are you? Where are you taking them?" They won't answer. I mean, that's incredible. Imagine if somebody came to your house and dragged your wife, God forbid, out of the house, masked agents, and okay, they're ICE, and they take her away.
That was a part of the face-off. You can catch the whole thing.
That was fiery, Gatos.
Listen, it's a fiery issue, and it's something that's happening in this country. Let me give you the latest poll. One of these
Quinnipiac.
Yep, that's what I said. So Quinnipiac poll was released today. The last poll on ICE, 58% of voters disapprove. This new poll, 63% of voters disapprove. I mean, these are enormous numbers. 63% of voters disapprove of the way ICE is enforcing immigration law. It's only going to get higher. So I've said this. What side of history would you like to be on, the right or the wrong? Because there is a right side here and there is a wrong side. When you start grabbing people off the street who you have no idea is here illegally or whatever, and they mostly end up, 70%? Being American citizens.
And I'll tell you, we talked about this too, and you can go watch the whole face-off or parts of it on our YouTube page at KTR's YouTube page. But you know, Gatos, the other thing that was really getting me is the politicization of this. Like, why aren't they're in Minnesota? There's like 130,000, or I'm sorry, some small amount of 130,000 illegal immigrants in Minnesota. In Texas, 2.1 million illegal immigrants. In Florida, 1.6 million illegal immigrants. Why isn't ICE putting 3,000 officers there? Why aren't they flooding the city in Dallas or Miami? Or,
we already know.
Well, because that doesn't, Trump doesn't want that. No. He's trying to make a point with the Democratic cities. That's not policy. That's just politics.
Hey, I'm all for arresting people who are here illegally. I'm a huge supporter of law enforcement, but these guys who are new to ICE are thugs, and they have nothing to do with law enforcement. They have no idea what they're doing. And we see it every single day from everyday Americans who are doing the right thing, and they're taking their phone and they're recording this garbage. And the poll numbers keep going up. 63% of voters now disapprove of the way ICE is enforcing immigration laws. All right, coming up next,
Breaking
Savannah
news.
Guthrie and her siblings plea for a safe return of their mom. We've got their audio. We've just gone through it, and we're going to play it for you next.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Craving a mouth-watering lunch that won't drain your wallet? Rush to Venezia's Pizzeria for daily specials starting at just $8.48. Sink your teeth into 2 giant loaded specialty pizza slices or a massive New York-style slice with a crisp, fresh salad, both with a drink and under $10. Dine in, grab it to go, or hit Venezia's.com. Forget bland fast food. Indulge in bold flavors at Venezia's. 7 Valley locations where family tradition delivers irresistible value. Venezia's.com.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, and save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. The family of Nancy Guthrie has released a video plea for her safe return. Savannah Guthrie speaking directly to any potential kidnappers, saying they have heard the reports about ransom notes.
We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please, reach out to us.
She also delivers a message to her mother, telling her she's a strong woman and that everyone is looking for her everywhere. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Just download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Let's check traffic once more. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa debris on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway, eastbound near Val Vista Drive. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 28th Street and Greenway Road. Phoenix again with a crash on 29th Avenue and Dunlap Avenue. This report is brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company. Ready for a new look? Arizona Painting Company delivers top-quality painting inside and out. Get a free quote plus 15% off now at ArizonaPaintingCompany.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, we're going to do the Q quickly, and then we're going to move to the breaking news. 84-year-old and Nancy Guthrie, mom of today co-host Savannah Guthrie, was abducted from a home in Tucson. Do you think this was random or personal? 87% say personal at KTAR.com. We do have the breaking news. You heard it from Becky Lynn that Savannah Guthrie and her siblings are pleading for the safe return of their mom. And Barry, we've got some audio. You and I have not heard it. We're going to go through it here for the last few minutes of the show. Let's listen to what they had to say. And by the way, this is not the TV that she wants to do.
No, this is Samantha Guthrie, no makeup, sitting between her brother and sister, reading and talking to the camera, reading from a statement, and just pleading.
She looks exhausted.
Yeah.
And she looks like she's been crying.
Yeah.
And it is a nightmare what is happening. So let's play a portion of it. Here's Savannah Guthrie.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She's funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah. No, this is...
This is just heartbreaking.
You can't even imagine what this is like.
Let's play this clip. It's about 40 seconds, and they talk about the ransom. If you're just joining us, Savannah Guthrie has released a video, and she's pleading with the people who took her mom to bring her back home safe.
We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us.
Wow.
Well, that's interesting because that's indicating that although they have the ransom demand, they haven't heard anything else. They're begging for some contact, for some communication. They obviously haven't had any what we call proof of life. This is 4 days, and this is them basically saying we haven't heard from you. What's going on?
Yeah, and it's interesting. She brought up AI. We're all wondering what AI is going to be all about. We see it here and there. We're dipping our toe into the pool on it. And this is one of those situations you can get totally faked out.
You know, those phone calls started years ago where people would play, they would somehow do voices in the background and make you think it was your loved one.
Right.
When I first saw this, I thought, how would they even know? They'll have to bring in an AI expert to try to take something apart, if they even get anything.
Yeah. It's incredible.
Let's see. We got about 30 seconds left. Let's play this one.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She's 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer.
Man, it's...
I mean, this really... we know how horrible this story is. We've been talking about it all week. We all can feel it. It's in Tucson, Arizona. It's an 84-year-old woman who is taken. We all know how bad that is. We all know how bad a story this is. But when you hear her daughter speak about it, I mean, it makes you want to just weep.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they reach out. Hopefully there's some way to get her back and get her back safely. And we just don't know. And we just don't know at this point.
Yeah. Barry, thanks for hanging out.
Great to be here, Gatos.
Chad Benson, our good friend, is up next. We'll see you tomorrow.
Cruise into retirement. It's another fun event at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. I'm Jamie West. This will really get your motor running. Check out more than 50 classic and specialty cars from the AZMG Club. There'll be a DJ spinning your favorite records, and you get to mingle with fellow car enthusiasts. It's happening Saturday, February 7th from 10 to noon. Get more details by texting RSVP to 620-620. Text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly. Age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 18644, Amy Batten, NMLS 18976.
We'll admit, we've already thrown in the towel on the New Year's resolution.
Yeah, and we made it through dry January. But one healthy new habit we're sticking with is Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to help protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Yup, more energy and the peace of mind knowing we can enjoy the good things in life while giving our liver the love it needs.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That fun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
The economy is stabilizing, so says the Federal Reserve, and so they're not going to raise interest rates after 3 straight rate cuts. The board chair does say, though, the White House wants more rate cuts.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from an insurance company. He called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. They then fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. If you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and resources to win the most for you. The compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time. They can win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure to have them on your side. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000, or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of